There we go. Did Slab get his electricity fixed? Yes, I fixed it myself. You know, they always say, if you want a job done right, you gotta do it yourself. Well, I definitely didn't do it right, but I did do it myself. Why is the BGM muted? Oh, no, wait. No, it's not. Never mind. Welcome, Mr. Slab. Oh, hey, Akuma. How's it going? Adding electrician to the resume after I live splice my main back together. What was wrong with it? Oh, well, you see, the main breaker had actually exploded and had completely melted, like the back end of the breaker, one leg of the bus bar was completely blown off, and there was like metal particulate spread throughout the breaker box. Anyway, it was still like kind of working though, because the contact was kind of sort of touching the bus bar, so that was why it was going in and out. The problem is that there was some kind of short internal to the breaker between the bus bars, and the breaker was running incredibly hot. So I put a IR thermometer on it, and it read 550 Fahrenheit. And I was like, you know what? I think I'm gonna need to throw my breaker. So I threw it off. Went through a whole rigmarole with the power company, through multiple, talking to all these people, trying to figure out if they would let me pull my meter out, because they were like really beating around the bush about it. I mean, oh yeah, we gotta get like a specialist out there, and then you gotta like do the work. It was like, oh, this is gonna be like a 3-month ordeal to get my power back on. Yeah, nah, I don't think so. And then eventually I was like, look, man, I'm not gonna have any power. I can't be without power for that long. And they were like, wait, that's you're living there? You can't have. I was like, yeah, I've said that like 3 times. And they're like, oh, okay, well, if you're qualified, just pull it out yourself, and then when you put it back, call us to come and put the seal back on it. You just gotta get it inspected. And I was like, oh, excellent. So I pulled it out myself, replaced the main breaker. A kind electrician in my Discord helped me find the matching pair for it. Replaced it. It seems to be doing completely fine now. Turns out, apparently, it's been going for a while, because before, whenever the AC would kick on, the lights in the dining room would dim so much that you could barely even tell they were on. And ever since I replaced the main breaker, it doesn't do that anymore. So, I'm not saying... like, I'm just saying maybe that shit has been a fire hazard for a long while. Maybe it's better that it happened while I was home. I can't believe Slab would trust anyone here with anything important. I mean, they backed it up with sources, so I was like, oh, okay, sweet. What's the panel make? It's a champion. Actually, hang on, let me get you... Here, oh, sorry, not a champion. Sorry, it's a challenger. It's a challenger breaker box. I do not know what the year is, but I've been looking online basically for a challenger box that looks the same year. Did you polish your bus bar? I did. I did get my bus bar pretty well polished, and then after I got back from your mother's house, I scrubbed down the contact where it had exploded on my breaker box, and I got that fixed up as well so that it could make a good contact. Hang on a second, though. It's a Challenger box. It holds, It holds 20 breakers. It's a non-square D. Yeah, no, it's not square D. It's Challenger brand. It fits Eaton type breakers, though. They don't have to be Challenger breakers. Bro's a nuisance to the power company. I better have wasted their resources. My mom's been having a lot of electrical issues, so I appreciate you helping her out. Oh yeah, no problem, bro. Just wait till next week. I'll show up dressed as a plumber. Schneider boards all the way. What the fuck is a Schneider? I've never even heard of that one. Aren't Challenger panels phased out due to safety? You're not gonna believe this, bro. The main breaker was also a Challenger breaker. And it did explode, so... You know, it wouldn't surprise me if they phased them out due to safety. You indirectly confirm that you're bald? You've literally seen the silhouette of my flowing locks when we've been driving around. I don't know what you guys are talking about. You can get me... Look, Toxic, the problem is that you're too used to streamers who are fat, bald, and ugly. And you've only got me on fat here. I guess ugly's a little subjective. If you're one of those people that's like talking on Twitter about how like the person is like hideous because they have like a mole on their face or something, I'm probably ugly by your count then. Like Forsen isn't even bald yet, but the minute he loses 1 centimeter of hairline, it's over for him. Fat is subjective too. I don't think BMI is subjective, but you know, I don't want to get into splitting hairs. That said, how fat I am is determined by what country the person evaluating is from. If you're from like France, then I'm maybe one of the most morbidly obese people you've ever seen. If you're from like Michigan, nah, that's just a normal looking dude. They're putting me as their fucking goal. Smedby, thank you so much for the bits. I appreciate ya. Can you give me attention for completing a 60-mile hike over 4 days? Good God, man. That's 15 miles a day. That shit had to have been flat as hell. I've done a 30-mile in 2 days. My legs were pretty sore after it, but it was mostly like the fact that my foot was like 40% blister. That was the main struggle. But holy shit, that's impressive, dude. Just on Thorowidth alone. On Thorowidth? What am I trying to say? Thorowput alone. Dumpster Cyclops, thank you for the T1. I appreciate ya. Ban Area Dreams, thank you for the 7 months. Raven Broomstick, thank you for the 6 months. Fuzzcat Games, thank you for the 6 months. Shadow Gamer, 75, thank you for the T1. Zalaraz, thank you for the 8 months. Prismalin, thank you for the 5 months. And Top Cato, thank you for 5 gift subs. I appreciate you, brother. The sub counter will return once we're on the road trip this Saturday. Just for the sake of the final sub goal. I do not have any in-between goals. I'm not really pushing that hard to get to the final one. We've kind of... We've already cashed out during the subathon, but I know that people are going to want to gamble again. So it's going to get a slight extension just from that. No timer, though. No timer, just the counter. Just the counter and the goal meter and the slots. That much mileage in so fast, I bet a bunch of shoes die. It was the hardest thing I've done physically, I'm sure. Just it being 4 consecutive days is crazy. Were you camping in between each one? Each stop? That's a lot. Are you taking a horn with you? I wasn't planning on taking the horn with me, no. Mostly because I have to fly home, which kind of limits here. 18K, he'll crash the car. I'm not gonna crash the car. Kind of hoping we don't reach the face reveal. Yeah, it's kind of a cursed hit, isn't it? Because it's like, for a lot of people, you don't want to know what I look like. Also, for Toxic, it's going to be like his personal 9/11 because he's going to find out I'm not fucking bald. It's gonna perma-nuke the claims he makes. I'm not changing it to whole reveal. Call this shit a stretch goal the way I'd be stretching my asshole open for the camera. As soon as I know, I'll stop caring. As soon as you know what I look like, you're gonna stop watching the stream because you're gonna realize he looks like that. Zam. They're just gonna go, take the wig off. Turns out the corn was never a mask. No ring. It is wild that the goatsy guy is married. Speaking of things I stretch my hole open for, let's start our Wordle with the penis meta. We only got one yellow eye. I'm gonna go, we'll do warty penis, though. One yellow T. We're definitely going with dough. Okay. ITGH. Maybe fight? Yeah, none of those are in the same position. Could be fight, could be light, could be might. If it's IGHT. Fuck, man. Light, might. I think it's the only ones that it could be. We're 50-50ing here. Alright, we got it with might. Bless up. Holy shit, you're right. Tight. Speaking of... No. We're not going down that path. We can't be handling it. We can't be saucing like that every damn day. And speaking of things I'm saucing... No. We're not... We gotta stop the your mama jokes. It's actually becoming... Like... It's infecting my brain in a way that I fear I won't be able to reset myself from. Holy shit, Bib Smith, thank you so much for the 5 gift subs. Thank you, dude. I appreciate you. Can't handle the penis meta, huh? Nah, I can always handle the penis meta. I don't know what you're talking about. You're morphing into a real jabroni? Yeah, specifically Jabroni Mike, who I don't think does nearly as many your mama jokes than I do. It's not even a yo mama joke. It's just fitting in the phrase your mother to random terms. You're welcome for the low tier god link, by the way. Low tier god, I would say, is a little bit nastier in his rundowns than I am. He's just a cum guy. Here's the thing. Everyone is either a shit man or a cum guy. Jabroni Mike might be one of the only people to play both cards. Like, I'm talking about when it comes to humor, not when it comes to, like, anything else. Jablatner might be the only one who simultaneously runs both. You hit me with a huh, but you know it's true. The Your Mom Jokes band started day 4 of the subathon because you had low tier gods stuck in your head? That's not true. It started before the subathon even began. You simply are a secondary. Actually, I can't even hit you with the you're a secondary because you're absolutely a primary in this chat. Just by nature of being here often enough to antagonize me. Yeah, he's if the shit and the cum miser did the fusion dance. Piss is cum humor? Yeah, is piss cum humor or shit humor? No, I think it's more shit humor, honestly. Are you gonna stop at Cedar Point for a shirt? Let me show you what the map looks like. Because I don't think you're quite understanding what we're dealing with here. Cedar Point is like not even well, do I even have it? Hang on, wait. Alright, no, I haven't generated the graphic yet. Cedar Point is not even fucking close to this route, dog. I don't know how to tell you this. I'm sorry I have to break it to you this way. But like, hang on. Hang on, I'm taking a screenshot right now of the Google map. Because I don't trust opening Google Maps directly in the browser, because I feel like it's gonna show, like, my current location, because it loves doing that. Hang on 1 second. Save. Route.png. Open. Hey, hang on. This is the route. Cedar Point is like here. So we'd have to like do this suboptimal like and then like down here and back to PP Creek and then up. It's not worth the hours and hours out of the way that's gonna be. Also, notice that it's exactly 3,000 miles. You're going through my hometown? We might change this route. This is a rough estimate. You see I've added random hotels. These aren't necessarily where we're stopping. This is a rough estimate path to Seattle. And I've just added these to kind of make sure that I've spaced it out enough that we can actually do most of the things we're going. Could you not just go straight east? All right, so you might notice down here, there's a location called PP Creek. This is an essential stop on the route, which prevents you from doing the toll road straight through to Chicago. You see? And then once you're down there, oh, you might as well pass through Cincinnati and then Indianapolis and then up to Chicago. Essential. Now, once you get like up into this territory, the easy path is to go straight through here if you want to hit Mount Rushmore, which I declared Mount Rushmore and Yellowstone are two things I wanted to see. Why? Because it's going to be great content? No, because I've never seen them before, okay? And guess what? It's my fucking vacation too. However, I'm not gonna name any names, but some fucker wanted to go to the fucking alien restaurant, which is not on this route here. It's way the fuck up here. So we have to make this giant redirect spanning 2 whole ass states to do it because they threatened, I'm not naming who it is, but they threatened to not come if we didn't go to the alien restaurant. It added hundreds of miles to the route. This is gonna be like a waterboarding stream. This is gonna be something, that's for damn sure. It's in their per diem. Speaking of Heinous, have you launched your plush yet? I'm gonna be promoting it on my stream because it's apparently part of the per diem. And it was another thing where I was told that they would not be joining if I didn't do it. Not yet? Okay. But I've seen the teaser on there. I love per diem. I don't think she knows what per diem even means. I think she just says it. If you're going to South Dakota, go to the Corn Palace. Wait, what the fuck is this, dog? The Corn Palace? Commonly advertised as the world's only corn palace. It's located in Mitchell, South. Okay, is it near Rushmore or is it like way over here? Because there's only so many. Or hang on, you can't see my mouse. Is it like way over here or is it like near here? Because if it's in the route, you bet your ass. You're gonna skip the Field of Dreams in Iowa? I literally redirected my whole ass to not go through Iowa at all. The Fargo Alien Restaurant is peak. Yo! Bibsmith, thank you so much for the 5 gift subs. It's not near the route, like not even close, then that's not gonna be how we do it. We are adding more days to the trip. You going to Yellowstone? We're gonna go through it. Probably stop and check some stuff out. But obviously, we're not gonna spend enough time to really get to enjoy it and all that. Unfortunately, that's the tale for the majority of this road trip is... we're going for a target of like 6 days cross-country. But I've allowed for up to 9. Up to 9 days. Are you gonna visit the missile silo house? You know, that's like on the route. I didn't think about it until you said it, but it is like literally right here. Yellowstone has no cell signal whatsoever. Let me pull up the map, because I got a lot of cell networks that are all linking together. Hang on a second. Wow, you're right. It actually does have no cell coverage whatsoever. Literally, it's the entire country and then a hole where Yellowstone is. Cellular telephone service providers. But who's gonna have to pay Elon? That would suck shit. I'm going off this data map. Okay, it looks like there's a lot of dead zones in there. For sure. Where's this at? Okay, hang on. What are their sources for this? Because different maps are different coverage. But it's probably because it's different, Yeah, it's because it's different providers. You know what I'm realizing is we truly live in, like, we truly live in the greatest area for cell phone coverage. Because Ohio is, like, almost perfectly covered. And it's mostly Wyoming and Idaho have these massive dead zones. We truly live in a society, bottom Bex. I'm looking at navigating the landscape of consumer cellular 5G coverage. Alright, here's a bunch of different... Okay, there is coverage there, but it's really spotty. And it is funny that there's just a massive, like, hole right where Yellowstone is. When you're traveling through Minnesota, avoid St. Paul. Hang on, I'm zooming in on the live map. I think I'm going through Minneapolis. I don't think I'm going through St. Paul. But I don't know where that is. Alright, hang on. You get me distracted. National Park has no antennas. Yeah, I'm aware of how that works. Don't do Wyoming. Bigfoot is gonna find you or something. Shit, man. We might have to dodge Yellowstone if I can't even stream there. Shit. Bring me through the Grand Tetons or something. There's better coverage there, at least. Avoid certain parts of St. Paul. You guys are giving me all these, like, warnings as if I'm not gonna blast through all these cities at 70 miles an hour. Like, chill the fuck out, man. I'm not gonna get mugged. The car is not slowing down. I don't make any plans to stop anywhere that's a major city. This is not a city tour. We're driving straight through the cities, and we're staying in bumfuck towns in the middle of nowhere. Why not Vegas on the way back? Okay, so let me explain to you how this road trip works. There is no way back. I got a flight that leaves out of Seattle at like 10 p.m. on Sunday. Not the Sunday after the Friday, the Sunday after that. So 9 days away. You're taking a rental? Yes. Yes, I've rented a compact SUV for this trip. Oh, why didn't you rent this sports car? Because none of the rental places near me even had anything fancier than this. Yeah, no casual 1,000-mile detour. Are you renting an RV? I can't think of something more fucking miserable than having to drive and park an RV everywhere with no other car. That sounds like fucking hell. Oh, you're doing a long drive through the country where you're gonna be hitting up a bunch of fast food while you're going? Yeah, how about you drive a vehicle that you can't take through any drive-through? That sounds awesome. That sounds fucking ass, dog. That's like, you gotta specifically engineer the trip for that. Maybe someday I'll do something of that shenanigan, but not this trip. Even those shitty truck bed ones? No, I mean, you could use one of those. Oh, hey, Heenus, can you fly across the country to come to Ohio so that you can go, so that you can do a hell road trip with me? Oh yeah, and I got an even better, if that didn't entice you, I got an even better thing. You gotta sleep in the back of a fucking truck the whole time. That sounds horrible, dude. That would not fly. I'm not... I'm no expert, but I don't think it's gonna fly. What is it with Americans and eating in their car? What is it with Europeans and getting stabbed on the train? I don't know, man. We have our own cultures. Americans like to kick their feet up in the comfort of their own vehicle and eat a burger. You guys like to get crammed into someone's armpit on public transit. And people get really offended whenever I insult it, so I know that y'all fucking love it. I used to drive a 32-foot around the country and parking and getting gas are a nightmare. I know, right? If I was doing that, I'm avoiding every city and also, like, cooking all the food in the RV and, like, trying to basically keep it completely self-contained. We be meeting up with Fillion? I don't know where she's at, and also I don't think she would want other people to know where she's at. So, no? Americans when countries other than the UK exist? Oh, a squad of kids were being mean to me, so I beat up the small one. That's basically whenever I insult the UK. The UK is the most insultable because they're the biggest joke. I could also insult, like, Germany because they're maybe the second most whipped country in Europe, but, like, other ones are getting a little trickier. I ain't got anything bad to say against fucking Poland. What am I gonna rag them for? Not even a conversion van? Once again, if I'm doing this by myself, it's a different deal, but I'm dragging someone else with me, so I gotta take that into consideration when I'm planning the route. You guys are all like, oh, why didn't you do this more optimal thing? Because there's a woman in the car and she's gonna complain. She's gonna complain if I try to do some fuck-ass budget shit, okay? Why don't you stop the car and eat outside? What? Wait, what? Wait. I need a sight into the mind of the European. Okay. I know that, like, being fat asses in the car is a uniquely American trait. I am aware of this, but I genuinely think, like, I want to know what you guys do if you're in this situation. Do you stop and then, like, stand outside the car and eat, or do you find somewhere with, like, a picnic table? And, you know, we might actually do that at some point. It's gonna depend on where we're at. They need a table? Table? Need table or they starve? I own the car, I'm eating in that bitch. I'm gonna be throwing hands if we get too many crumbs in the car from eating it in, and they charge us a cleanup fee on the rental. That's gonna cause some friction, I'm not gonna lie. I just hovered over this random place in South Dakota on our route, because I'm looking at the live map right now, because now people got me worrying about cell reception. And I just realized that that, like, through the entirety of the Dakotas, there's basically nothing. It's like a complete void, and every photo is 90% blue sky. You realize car wash vacuum places exist? No, I didn't, actually. I thought that once the crumb landed in the car, it was just permanently part of the fixture now. Everyone's saying I could get across the country faster. Once again, you are not, like... Listen... We're doing this for the sake of the stream. I'm aware that if I slept in the back of the car and we took shifts driving, I could nail across the country in like 24 hours. That's not really what we're trying to, or I guess 48 hours, sorry. That's not really what the target here is, okay? We're not speed running a trip across the country. We want to be able to like stop at some places and see some shit, okay? You don't understand. The side quests are what make it a fun stream. Nice decorations, bro. Thanks, bro. It's meat mountain crumbs. Oh my gosh. Yeah, this isn't the cannonball run. I need someone more competent and stupider to be doing that one with. The Euro mind can't comprehend the fun of a road trip. I always rag on Europeans, but I feel like this one, it probably is a European thing, man. How can they not comprehend the fun of a road trip? Here's the other question. Can I get a Starlink antenna delivered to my house in the next, say, I don't know, 3 days? Not that I would need that or anything. Just, you know, just a curiosity. Just a little bit of a curiosity. You think they could get me one that fast? Best Buy has... Wait, do they really? Wait, really? Hang on. Best Buy. Starlink. Oh! Oh! They do have Starlink at Best Buy. Pick up in 1 hour. That means it's at the store. Select the store. Hang on, I gotta dox myself to Best Buy. To make sure it's at the one that's nearest to me and not one that's like 500 miles away. Dog, they have it there. Well, okay. You know what, Best Buy? You're kind of dog shit in almost every way imaginable, but you're kind of coming in clutch here. Alright, you know what? Maybe we'll buy a fucking, Starlink satellite. They have a Starlink mini kit AC dual band Wi-Fi system. Alright, but I don't want a Wi-Fi system. I want to plug a fucking, I want to plug an Ethernet cable into it. I mean, I guess with Wi-Fi, I can multi-band, which is pretty useful. Europe has too many borders to make road trips fun, I mean it. Yeah, but backpacking Europe is like a thing. Don't get me wrong, I love hating on Europe, but that is like one of the things they're kind of known for, I think. I would honestly love to do... If people like watching me do stupid trips, I would love to do a stupid trip across Europe that I get to write off my taxes. That's maybe like the most... That's maybe the most popular, like, streamer grift of all time. Is getting, going on vacation, but turning it into content so that you can write it off. That's what Americans do? Yeah, because we know how to fucking travel and have a good time. What do you know? Also, I'm gonna be real, the only time I've been in Europe, I went to Italy. Which was awesome. It's beautiful there. The food's really good. You see shit that's like 10 times older than the entirety of the US is. Which is truly novel if you've only been to like US, Canada before. But I will say this. Because I did traveled all over, stayed in a lot of different towns. Why is this just Italy? Or does Europe not know how to have like nice hotels? Like, is there any... Every hotel I stayed in, and maybe it's because I was cheap, it was literally like a bed and like a toilet in the corner of the room and the smallest shower you've ever seen in your life, and it cost twice as much as a hotel in the US that would be like the size of a small apartment. That's an Italy thing? Okay, that's what I was kind of wondering, because I feel like that's an Italy thing. My France hotels are pretty shit, too. In the US, we basically, like, fully, like, chainified hotels. It's rare that you go to a hotel or an inn that is not owned by a national chain where every single room, no matter where you go, is the same place and looks the same. I feel like it's not the same in Europe. I feel like they're more, like, local owned, which is kind of cool. But also, they were basically universally worse, and they kept threatening to charge money if you, like, did anything. We don't really need nice hotels. I have a lot of respect for the Eurocope. Because whenever the US has an innovation... Whenever they have an innovation the US doesn't have, then they're like, oh, stupid Americans, they haven't come up with our glorious innovation. Look how much we have innovated. But when the Americans have improved something that they haven't, they're just like, oh, unlike the weak Americans, we simply don't need it. Yeah, oh, your hotels are like better in every conceivable way. Yeah, we simply don't need good hotels, actually. Oh, what, Americans, you need a crutch like a hotel that doesn't suck shit and costs too much? It's actually, like, I gotta put some respect on the name. It's a respectable level of cope. Ask Euros about air conditioning. Air conditioning is, like, the peak of it all. But once again, that's gonna lead into me typecasting the UK as all Europe, which isn't even fair, because they're not even in the EU anymore. Yeah, they're shit companies anyway. I don't know why you care about them. Let's do the mini crossword, by the way. No looking at chat. We go for a sub 2 minutes. Sub 3 is fine. Sub 1, we're gods. Probably the Wrigley and manufacturer. Oh, I have no fucking clue. Hemsworth, that would be Chris. I think is how you spell it. Superior to. Close buddies. Best buddies. Abominable snowman, that's a Yeti. Souvenir from a scrape. Scar. Suddenly came up as an issue. Arise? Maybe not. Basketball footwork. When it moves into the passing lane. A semi? Hang on. I feel like a rise might be not correct. One across. I don't know. Could also be scab, actually. Superior to, above, maybe? Suddenly came up as an issue. Arose? An issue arose? Bit of basketball footwork. That'd be a pivot? I think this is bosom, which no one says. Scap. Product Wrigley manufactured. Hang on, what's down? What's 2 down? Here we go again. Ah, boy. It's gotta be that. It's not a rose. Oh, no, it's oh, boy. Oh! Oh, and it's soap. They made soap? They made soap and then they went to chewing gum? Ah, boy. Jeez. Alright, so the rest of this was right. Bosom buddies? Close pals. Haven't heard that term in a long time. Alright. You know, we barely made the sub 2, but I'll take a sub 2 that I can get. Let's do our connections real fast. We've definitely been yapping too much. And, you know, no looking at chat for this one. Hopefully this one doesn't take as long, but I feel like it's going to, because what the fuck are these words? Stirring mystery, Christmas, swearing house, mouse, herring, earring, expletives, pleather vest, Ouroboros necklace, mesh shirt, 4-letter words, histamine, profanity. Swearing, profanity, four-letter words. See, expletives, they seem like all words for things that get censored in TV shows. They're all, I mean, like, this all goes together. It might be a red herring, though. Speaking of, we have herring as a word. A mouse, a herring. We also have herring and earring, which both have double R's, which is kind of cool. Mesh shirt, pleather vest. Things you shouldn't be seen dead in. Necklace, earring. Pleather vest. This is gonna end up being shit, Ouroboros as well. Histamine. Histamine, Ouroboros. I feel like these as being the things that you can wear have to go together. Pleather vest. Who the fuck wears a pleather vest? Or a mesh shirt, for that matter. Earring, necklace. This might... Okay, look, you guys don't rag me here. Is this gay wear? Is this shit gay people wear? Because I can't imagine a woman wearing a mesh shirt or a pleather vest. And then earring, there's like a gay earring thing, but that might be like a rumor. I don't know about necklace though. Maybe not necklace. I think this might be gay wear. And then expletives, four-letter words, profanity, swearing, things you don't say in front of your mother. That wasn't a yo mama joke either. Don't be on me for that. It'd be wild if they had gay wear as a category here. And that leaves us with stirring mystery, Christmas, house, mouse, herring, Ouroboros, histamine. Okay, so there could be like a starts with... Actually, yeah, it might be starts with pronoun. His to mean, our for Ouroboros. Herring starts with her. Miss for mystery might be a little bit of a pull. I'm trying to see like if there's another one that starts with one. But that totally would work. I think it starts with a pronoun. Herring, Ouroboros, histamine. Miss is an odd one. That one, and it's also, that's not how you spell it, so it would be like... Let's look at the other ones. It's not stirring. Christmas. Swearing. House. Mouse. Ear. Neck. Pro. That's... it's not really, mesh shirt starts with me? Maybe? That's like the only... That's maybe the only other one that starts with anything. His, her, our... Does one start with, like, mine? Alright. I'm, like, pretty sure. I'm pretty sure this is a real category. Mesh? I don't know, man. I feel like shit that gay people wear is a pretty strong category. I swear I'm not being... It could be like mine. None of these start with mine. Stir, how, mal. Oh, it could be my, like mystery, my, her, our, his. Hey, oh, wait, that's better. That's a better category. And then swearing, profanity, four-letter words, expletives. Mesh shirt, pleather vest, necklace, earring. And then that leaves us with stirring, Christmas, house, and mouse. Those are all words from The Night Before Christmas, the poem. Not a creature was stirring, not even a mouse. Night Before Christmas, all through the house, not a creature was stirring, not even a mouse, is the first 2 lines of the poem. I think that's it, and I think starts with pronoun is the purple category. That's the blue. Gay wear is the green, and expletives is the yellow. Starting with possessive determiners, I definitely knew that was... I definitely knew that was the exact phrasing it was. House mouse stirring Christmas. That's actually green. My bad. I think gay category was blue. Mesh shirt, pleather vest, earring, and necklace. I'm telling you, it's got worn by earring magic kin. Worn by earring magic kin. Hang on a second. I'm gonna Google this in a different tab because I don't really wanna. Earring magic kin. Wait, it's it's. I'm sorry. Okay, so I was kind of right. This is a kin doll. Are you kidding me, man? This is a Barbie kin doll from 1993. Wait. Earring magic kin, also known as gay kin. Alright, so I wasn't too far off, basically, is what I'm saying. Basically, what I'm saying is it wasn't too far off. Fairly straightforward. You know, I ordered these in reverse. Like, the correct way that people saw them. Only 3% got the starting with possessive determiners. There is no one on the planet that would specifically nail that category and call it, oh yeah, it's the stuff that earring magic kin wore. That's psychotic. That's like so specific. He does pop up for gay kin. I think Food Guesser might be down. This shit is not loading. All right, maybe the Scran. All right, good. It's not just my internet. Let's see what the Scrandle has to offer today. Okay, pizza. Once again, pizza from Italy that looks like shit for some reason, despite the fact they invented the fucking pizza. $5.55 or ultimate burger with salt and pepper fries. As a member of the gay community, you are based in your assumption. Okay, see, I told you I wasn't trying to be offensive. I've been validated by one person. I'm now extrapolating that out. This doesn't look great, but I don't know, man. Because it is like $10. I think this looks better than the pizza. 93%? I didn't think it looked that good, okay? Ice cream, now don't get me wrong, that looks good for $1. But this Scotch egg for $5.50, kind of crazy. I'm gonna go... Alright, listen, man. 0.6% difference. Go fuck yourself. This... Okay, wait. Hang on. Hang on! This burger is... I mean, it looks 10 out of 10 delicious. That bun looks perfect. The thick-ass burgers, the melted cheese. I don't know why there's a piece of cold cheese on top of the delicious melted cheese. That said, $19 fucking dollars. Are you kidding me? That's just a little too much. It's a little too crazy. Paella and beer for $6. Doesn't look the most appealing, but it includes a beer and it doesn't cost a fortune. I was right to pick it. 90%'s a little wild. I think that's a little inflated. The worst pizza you've ever seen or a pork and stuffing baguette? I'm gonna go with the wee baguette. Chorizo sandwich or the worst nachos and dip maybe ever conjured by man? I'm gonna go with the chorizo sandwich, which isn't even that high rated for some reason. What the fuck? The worst pork rib burger ever put to photo, or chips with Nutella, which is not a pick that I would have, but it does look edible. 31 versus 10%. That's what we're dealing with here. Okay. Grilled sausage with bread, $3.25. Completely respectable. Honestly, the schlong is out and it's looking juicy. Chili and cheese loaded nachos for $7.45. Oh, baby. I would destroy this, and it's not even a question for me, but I know that the average Scranner might not be as crazy. I'm going with this, though. 82%. This being higher than the paella and beer is a little wild to me. Okay, one of the most disappointing hot dogs of all time, or one of the most delicious-looking chicken tikka dirty fries ever photographed for the Scrandle. It's deserving of its 94% for sure. The fact that paella that didn't look that good was only like 3% under that is actually psychotic. Steak and chips, it looks delicious. I mean, it looks crazy good, but it's $15, and this chicken box from Japan also looks like one of the greatest things of all time, and it's $8. I wouldn't be mad if I got this one wrong. They pitted two bad bitches against each other yet again. The most flaccid boiled cheeseburger of all time versus some delicious chicken wings. So it's a hard choice, but I think we gotta make it. Yeah, the bento is gonna clear for sure. That patty is maybe one of the saddest of all time. You know that grill needed a scrape down. There was juice from other shit on it, and that shit was being, like, parboiled. We're not playing the R34 duel today. I was getting a little too controversial yesterday. Let's do the bandle, though. This is where we try to guess the song based on individual... Okay, very hard, but 1.2 billion views released in 2010. Drums, bass, and synth. Strings, marimba, piano, strings 2, and backing vocals. .2 billion views is crazy. What is this? This has to be like a Is this, hang on. This sounds familiar. Wait. This is... I was gonna say, it's I whip my hair back and forth. I whip my hair back and forth, but that's not it. I don't think. Is it whip? Is this milkshake? My milkshake brings all the boys to the... It's not. It's not that either. All right, wait, hang on. 2010. 2010? Marimba. This is gonna be some corny ass shit. Dun, 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 dun. What the fuck is this? 2010. 2010? This was like right before... Hang on. What are the other instruments? Bass, synth, strings, marimba, piano. Strings, backing vocals. Is this gonna be some like of Monsters and Men type shit? I don't think it's Little Talks. I also think that came out like 2 years, maybe 3 years later. But I'm gonna swing it regardless. This sounds familiar. Wait. Wait. I know this. Wait, I know this. I know this. What is this? Do, do, da. Da, na, na. What was the... Is this Billionaire by Travie McCoy feat Bruno Mars? It's not, but it is either Travie McCoy or Bruno Mars. Hang on. This is almost certainly Grenade. Yes, dude. Yes. Okay, we got it. How was this a very hard? That was a popular song at the time. Hand bomb was the clue. I feel old that it's 15 years old, dude. You're so right. See, I thought it was... The drum beat wasn't quite right for Billionaire, but it has a similar vibe. I've never heard of it. Age check right now. How old are you? You're either like 40 or like 19. No in between. All right, let's do one more. Let's do the Disney hurdle, and then we'll call it and start working on our project. Fuck, this is gonna be some fucking Disney Channel dog shit. Oh no, man. This is from the Goofy movie. This is from Lilo and Stitch. This is from Moana. It's not You're Welcome, I can tell you that right now, is Where You Are. Oh my god. Oh, that's crazy. That's crazy. I've never seen this movie. I'm not familiar with the song at all. But I have heard the song You're Welcome. I know how that one goes, so I knew it wasn't that. Literally was like, this shit sounds tropical. Let's go through every tropical Disney movie. Oh, man. Let's fucking go, brothers. Disney adult moment. How is it a Disney adult? I literally hadn't seen the movie before, man. You guys are accusing me for shit that I can't possibly be guilty of. That's all I'm saying. Maybe I can be guilty for it, but I'm not gonna take responsibility. That's for damn sure. Alright. Alright, fellas, we are back. We are working on the Fusion Reactor again. Now, last time we had the fuser. First of all, we were working on far more than just the power supply, which, you know, is a lot of work to get going. And we didn't quite have time to perfect our methods. So we made this power supply. This is a flyback transformer that I rewound. You can see that I have it wound in a configuration for running a ZVS driver on this leg, and then the other leg, I've wound multiple little sub-spools, and I custom made this little 3D printed thing to fit on this existing transformer body. And it worked great for a little bit until it shorted out internally and caught on fire. We're gonna need to soak it in mineral oil to help prevent that further, which I had done here. I'm sorry, it didn't short out internally, it shorted out externally. It arced across about 6 inches of open air because I accidentally added too many windings and that shit got too powerful. So we had some minor problems there. And I was like, we need a better transformer. We need one that's more durable. We need one that's you know, maybe a little better setup, and we need a setup where I can have this in mineral oil so that it's completely insulated, pull it under a vacuum, and not have it fucking break. So, because right now, this was a temporary solution after we blew out this other existing flyback transformer. We were doing a lot of blowing up the power supply when we were working on it, and we eventually managed to get one working with a rectified flyback without the Cockcraft-Walton multiplier in it, which was enough to get plasma, but it's not enough for sustained fusion, which is what we need it to be. So what we've got now, what we're going to be building today, is a better flyback transformer. Now this is this guy here. The one we're building, slightly bigger. So it's going to be this on one end, this spool on the other. These are going to go on here, back to back with each other. We need to fuse all these together first. Which, you know, is going to be a little bit more powerful than this guy in the jar. Just a little bit. And I also got a lot bigger spool of wire. So we wound this one with about half a spool that was like a 4 ounce. So I got a 16 ounce mega spool to wind this guy up, because we're going to need all we can get. I bought this this giant core on Amazon. So I found another video. What's his name? The Plasma Channel did a video where they were trying to build the biggest flyback transformer that could possibly work. And if you want to watch it, I encourage you to, because he does a lot better job at explaining stuff than I do. And he goes into how a flyback transformer works and how you push the limits of a flyback, etc., etc., etc. Very cool stuff. And then someone else made a video in response that was like, I bet I can make one even better. And that's where I got the design for this flyback. So, thanks to them for these 3D print files. I could have drafted them up myself, but I'm using the ones that they made because they had already made them. And it'll allow us to, once we fuse these all into one big column, we can use this to directly make our big flyback transformer. Hang on, let me find the channel name. Sorry, I'm going through my tablet reset and logged me out of Twitch. Give me 1 second. I gotta log in on it. Hang on a second. I can't read shit until I do. I love when it just randomly decides to do this. It's awesome. Why is my brother send me a text? Do you want to start a hardcore Minecraft server together? Bro, I used to have to beg your ass to play Minecraft. What, you want to play with me now? Lol, sure. Gonna be gone for the next 12 days though, so I'll set one up when I get back. Thumbs up emoji. What the hell? Minecraft Arc incoming? My brother's one of the only people in my family that knows I stream. I think. I say I think, because I think I remember that I told him. Nah, I did. He is one of the only ones. Ah! Holy shit. Realime, thank you so much for the 5 gift subs. I appreciate you, dude. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Cock Wrap Multiplier. Sorry, Cock Wrap Markiplier. Yeah, it's a very important build. You don't understand? Let's get your brother on. I don't know if he can, I don't know if I trust him. This is the one that scammed me in the past when he was younger. I don't know if I trust him for this kind of ordeal. Now you said your dad knew too? Oh yeah, my dad knows as well. He's the only one of my siblings that I've directly told. That said, I wouldn't be surprised if my dad has told other people and then just didn't tell me that he told them, because he doesn't like keeping secrets. Not in like a he can't be trusted way, but he feels like if someone put him in a situation where he would have to lie to keep the secret, he's not gonna lie. You know? Oh, also, hang on, I forgot to mention, after we build this transformer, the transformer and the Cockcraft Walton multiplier are going in this case, which is a nice, like, sealed case. It should be able to keep the mineral oil from leaking everywhere. And I've got these little weatherproof grommets to help keep everything sealed. So, basically, we're a little better equipped now. We're a little better equipped now for this project. Yo, Bibsmith, thank you for the gift sub. I appreciate you. He sounds like an honest man. He is. He's a good dude. Alright, I'm gonna fuse these guys together real fast. It's kind of wild that you can just... This is easily the most effective way to fuse 3D prints together. And they don't need to be, like, strong structurally fused, but you want to make sure they don't come apart. You just take a soldering iron and you go and melt a little bit together. And there you go. And then we'll just keep stacking them up. Because I have this stack of rings here, and they all need to be fused together so they don't continually come apart. Do you know Little Bro's Twitch? I am willing to bet, knowing him, that he does not have a Twitch and probably has never had a Twitch account. He's not a very online guy. My sisters are online, but my brother is not. He's, like, not really at all. He does apparently have a YouTube account that he got to the point where it was monetizable, and he told me about it, and I was like, what the hell? How'd you get a... That's, like, a pretty hard thing to do. I was like, that's impressive, dude. What have you been posting? And apparently he just posts videos of his cat on YouTube Shorts, and... one of them got 10 million views and got it to the point where he could monetize the channel. So now he keeps trying to get his wife to upload more cat videos, but she doesn't like getting like the framing and stuff right. Oh my gosh. Classic YouTube shorts. I was like, dude, what? Because he had like 15K subs or something from it. I was like, that's actually awesome, dude. How the hell did you get the monetization so fast? Oh, wait, it's because he posted cat videos. I was like, yeah, you can... Because he was like, what do you do? He was asking me advice on how to, like, juice the YouTube algorithm. And I was like... Well, it's kind of different for you because you're uploading videos of your cat and it's not like you're like making content. So it's more just, this is mostly just like upload them all the time, you know, pretty much. Man's posting like it's 2010. He's easily the most unaware of the internet. Like the only like social media he uses besides watching stuff on YouTube is like Instagram. My younger sisters are the ones that know all the, like, internet shit, and they know, like, they're likely to accidentally find me, which is why I didn't tell them that I'd stream. They're the ones that I keep my, my streaming and YouTube secret from, because I know they're actually online, and they would be able to find me if they really wanted to. I'm trying to make it so that the brakes like where the wires separate to the different coils are not lined up with each other. Because you don't want a bunch of them all exposed, lined up. It can lead, that's kind of your weak point where like arcing and shit can occur. Let's see. Sig Steak will make it to their algorithm. You know, I highly doubt it. They're not the type to be looking up the kind of sauce that leads to the Sig Steak ending up on their algo. Honestly, like, I think I could be as big as, like, Mark Rober, and I don't think my content would show up on their algo naturally. My brother, maybe. Because he watches, like, gun videos on YouTube. But my sisters, I kind of doubt. They're watching, like, fan theories and, like, reviews of animated series. I don't think they're gonna be getting my stuff. I don't think they're gonna be getting my stuff on their algo. Ordinary Sausage led me to the Sig Steak. Ordinary Sausage, according to YouTube Analytics, is the channel that you guys are most... that my subscribers are the most subscribed to besides me. It is the highest correlation. Which is pretty awesome, because I also like Ordinary Sausage, and I think he does some real cool videos. But he is the most correlated. Tell us his YouTube so we can boost his account. I'll be real, man. I don't even know his YouTube. If you're talking about my brother, I don't know his YouTube either. I got your stuff and anime reviews in my feed. Now that's interesting. I don't even watch anime. That's not actually true. I watch some anime, but I don't really watch anime, you know? This is another one why... well, I guess maybe I should be worried about my sisters finding me, because I'm pretty sure they watch... they watch anime, and I'm pretty sure some of them at least watch anime reviews on YouTube.com. I'm not gonna name who, but there's certain... I hope they're not watching certain ones, or I'm gonna think less of them. I found your YouTube channel through iFunny. That's incredibly unfortunate, but it is pretty funny that you found it from that. The accidental VTuber bridge. I would put them as the most likely to know what a VTuber is. My brother definitely has never heard the word VTuber before. Unless he's like seen a random news article about them or something. He absolutely is completely unfamiliar with the concept of it. Shout out Funny Junk. I found your content in my recommended after watching Has Been Hotel on YouTube. They are gonna find you. What the fuck is YouTube recommending me for, man? Also, any YouTube bros, if you want to watch the latest video with the microwave edits, watch it now while you can, because I'm gonna delete it off YouTube and upload it on, I'll upload the full thing to Twitter and maybe put the file in Discord so people can watch it. But basically, they age restricted it and demonetized it and, like, algo nuked it to the point where it's not gonna show up for anyone due to its demonstration of dangerous behavior, aka throwing fireworks into a microwave. And they've denied my appeals. They denied them within like 5 minutes of me appealing, so I can tell that a real person definitely looked at it and it totally wasn't an AI cranking through it. In any case, I'm not gonna give them the satisfaction of hosting the video, so I'm gonna take it down. I'm gonna take it down within the next day or two and put it on Twitter. So that at least then people can see it. Because Twitter will, I mean, I'll make no money off of it. But that's fine. People will at least be able to see it on Twitter. And it's good advertising for the channel. Keep it up, but have the entire screen blurred as a protest. Blurring the entire thing would be funny. It'd be hilarious if I blurred the entire video and then they still deemed it not appropriate. Oh, man. It's not as bad as when they gave me a community strike for the Epstein video. That one was a little scary, but they removed that from my account, luckily. Once they determined that I was not encouraging self-harm. I enjoy watching the plastic get spot welded. Hey man, this is a pretty effective way to fuse this shit together. It's hashtag satisfying. Hashtag try not to be satisfied challenge. When you design V2 of this after this one blows up, can you add little melt tabs between the spacers? Alright, first of all, I'm not gonna need to design V2. This one's not gonna blow up. I'm getting real tired having to drain mineral oil out of this shit. Working with this high voltage shit is so messy because of how much of it, because you have to soak it all in oil to keep it from imploding. You gotta have a little more faith in me, okay? At one spot, you should put 2 green discs together to mess with all the OCD people. Well, I printed them different colors on purpose. If you'll notice, the purple discs have a long slot for the wire to go down to the root of the spool, and the green discs have a short slot for the wire to come out of a completed spool at the top. So there is a reason why they're colored different. But it would have been funny if I did just fuck one up for no reason, other than to mess with people. Your high voltage transformer body count is too high? Alright. You got a little bit of a point there. I need to, I remember the last one I did just straight up didn't work, and I'm not sure why. It might have been that it didn't have enough windings. So it just wasn't getting enough power? I'm not really sure. Are you gonna dunk the coils in varnish? I don't need to. I'm gonna soak the entire transformer in a gallon of mineral oil. So that'll keep it from arcing. Someone seems to be live posting going to that alien place you were on about earlier. Alright, I don't want to see it. I want to have a unique experience that is uninfluenced by other people going there. I'm aware that other people have gone. Mainly due to it being a public institution, but also because I'm pretty sure I originally saw it in a YouTube video. Can we get another explanation of what's happening here? Okay, so let me... Here, this will make it easier when I make Tomato edit this into a YouTube video. Might not be Tomato, it might be Jacer or Dower. Who knows? But we'll say, because Tomato's in the chat, we'll say it's him. Alright, so right now, what we're trying to make is a negative 50,000 volt power supply. The reason we're trying to make this is because we need it to attempt fusion. Now, we have a fusion reactor over there, and we've managed to get plasma with it, but that was using only like, I think 10,000 volts roughly, which is fine. That's enough for plasma, but it's not enough for fusion. What we need to get is a little closer. I think we need like minimum 30,000 for fusion. But I want to have a little more flexibility than that. So this one's actually designed to go even beyond 50,000 volts, so you do start stressing the other components in the stack, because all the capacitors and diodes are only rated for around 50K. Basically, this is how this works. Your power comes in from the box here at the wall. Okay, this is your wall AC. And then this goes into a DC power converter, which gives us 24 volts plus minus. Okay. 24 volts. Now, we're trying to get this to 50,000 volts, so we need a little bit more. We need a little more sauce than 24. This is going to go into an adjustable step-up converter, and I could draw schematics for these, but for the sake of you understanding it, you only need to know this is a black box, so I'm not going to complicate things. Adjustable step-up converter. And then this is going to have a potentiometer that comes off of it. This is your voltage adjustment. And so the voltage that's going to come out of here is going to be plus minus, and it's going to be somewhere between 12 volts and 48 volts. Really, we can put out more than that if we need to. But that's going to be like our base. That's going to be the range that our ZVS driver can hold. What's a ZVS driver, you may ask? We're getting to that. Okay. So you're taking 24 volts at like a pretty high current. I believe this thing's capable of 20 amps. So decent current in. This is going to put out 12 to 48 volts. Also at a pretty decent current. I think this, not 20 amps though. I think this thing can sink 8 amps. It's a pretty decent supply. Now if you're wondering why I'm including current, it's because P equals IV, which is power, and I know this is upside down for you, equals voltage times current. And for this, it's kind of middling. Obviously, your components are going to filter how much current you can put out, just because at some point, too much current's going to be flowing through it, and it's going to overload and smoke it. But, so that's why I'm putting the limitations here, just so you can kind of keep track of how the power is being balanced. Yo, Hobo with a Stick, thank you for the Prime sub, I appreciate you. He writes the W like 13-year-old girls? Where did I write a W? Oh, power. Oh, sorry, what do you do? Like, You're fucking backseating my penmanship? Get the fuck out of here. Just for that, I'm making this edit harder on you. I'm gonna bake the audio into the track. Actually, that reminds me, I need to record a local track so I don't have the audio baked into the track. Can you remove the subathon over? Wait, what? There's no subathon. Oh, wait, yeah, there is. Get this shit out of here. What the hell? I didn't even notice that was there. It's enough punishment. Alright, well, I'm accidentally making the edit harder than you because I forgot to start the local recording. My bad. My bad. Thank you, chatter. Alright, anyway, you're gonna have to use Clanker technology to remove it for the first hour and 30 minutes of this VOD. Sometimes the karma comes around a little faster than expected. Anyway, what I was saying was, I'm including, the voltage and the current constraints so you can keep a rough idea of how the power balance is. Because once we start getting to the thousands of volts, the current is going to drop significantly because you can't make more power out of less power, right? So every time you choke the power down, that's a choke that's going to follow this downstream, right? Voltage can change. Current can change. Power has to always stay constant. It can only go down. Power can only go down. You can't get more power out of a system than you put in. If you manage to get more power out of a system than you're putting in, that means you're doing your math wrong. If you're not doing your math wrong, get that suit out of the closet and dust it up because they're about to give you 5,000 Nobel Prizes. Because you've managed to beat the laws of thermodynamics. Alright. This adjustable voltage. This is going to go into a ZVS driver. Now, what is a ZVS driver? Well, I'm going to draw it as a black box here. Like I have everything else. It's a zero voltage switching. So, here, I'll write it out so you can remember. Zero voltage switching. Have you ever heard of a switching power supply? This is the kind of switching they're talking about. Will's Nobel Prize win? Or the government's gonna kill you? I do love the idea. It's maybe, because there's a lot of conspiracy theories where I'm like, that could be true, though. But then the one that's like, there's secretly unlimited energy and the government is simply killing you. Unfortunately, like, that's not true, because if it was true, they'd be fucking using it themselves. They would be... Every power company would not be burning fuel. They would be lying about burning fuel, and they would be using the unlimited energy and then charging you the same amount of money for it. It'd be infinite profit. Yeah, when you power a power strip and you plug the power strip into itself, there's a chip in there to stop the infinite energy. It's too big of a truth to hide. Well, once it got out, it'd be over. Alright, so basically what this is. Okay, so let's track this out. I'm trying to be educational here. Going in, the power looks like this, right? This is AC. This is AC from your wall. This is wall AC. It goes in. This converts this into flat voltage. So now, this is 24 volts DC, completely flat. When it goes into this adjustable step-up, still flat. This and this work in DC voltage, not AC voltage. It works in DC voltage. Can you draw a happy little guy on the schematic? There you go. Once we go into the ZVS driver, we're now turning it back into AC voltage. And if you're like, why would you do that? It's basically, you basically do it because this is a lot more efficient than driving it straight up AC. Like, you could run AC directly into a flyback, technically. It would not be current limited, so it would be like deadly amount of output current, and you would have to adjust this with like a variac or something to have any adjustability, but you could run it directly into the flyback. Instead, we use the ZVS driver, which is going to much more efficiently turn our power into AC in a way that it can be converted across this flyback. It does this by having two... I mean, I don't know. I'm trying to keep this explanation as simple as possible, but I feel like I'm getting, like, more complicated as it goes on. Basically, you have two MOSFETs, which are, like, high-speed switching transistors that switch it to zero back and forth really fast, and then you bias this about the positive. So, this is, like... This is connected to the positive via an inductor, and then the ground through the zero is being switched on alternately between these two coils. Look, we're getting a little too in the weeds. All you need to know is now we've got AC again. Now we've got AC again, but the AC is split between these two different leads, and they're in alternating phase with each other. Yeah, it chops it up. Like a buck converter? Kind of. This is a little bit advanced. Alright. I'm also drawing this as the transformer schematic symbol, but this is basically the way a transformer works. A normal transformer, like you get in like your little converters for your phones or whatever. There's a coil on one side, the AC flows through it. There's a coil on the other side. There's a metal rod going between them, but that actually doesn't conduct. It's transmitting the power wirelessly between the two coils. And the way that it transmits the power in a transformer, you have a coil on this side. So like a standard isolation transformer, you call it an isolation transformer. It prevents you from being able to short your circuit out. Is you have a coil on this side, let's say it has 100 windings. And on this side, you have a coil that has another 100 windings. This transformer just isolates one from the other via electromagnetism. It doesn't really do any stepping up or down. This is a one-to-one transformer. Now, our flyback transformer is not one-to-one because you can use transformers to change power higher or lower. Sorry, voltage higher or lower. Because remember, power doesn't change. It can only go down. So if you go, let's say, 10 windings on one and 100 windings on the other, you throw AC in one side, you get AC out of the other, because the transformer is an AC-only component. That is a 1 to 10 ratio. That means if you're going in one side with 100 volts at 10 amps, assuming minimal losses, on the other side, you're going to have 1,000 volts at 1 amp. So the current gets divided by the ratio, and the voltage gets multiplied. Now, keep in mind, it would actually technically be a little bit below 1 amp because transformers get hot when you run them. I mean, you can tell if you plug something in. Plug in, like, you know, one of these guys to your wall, and you're going to find that they get a little warm. And that heat is loss of this current. So technically, this would be some other value, probably like 0.9 or something, depending on how much loss there is. Whatever. That's getting into the real-life fucks-up physics simulations, you know? Anyway, I'm just telling you how a transformer works. The transformer that we have here, which is our flyback transformer, we're gonna do about 10 windings on the primary. So we'll do probably 10. And then we're gonna have, like, I don't know, about, I believe it's gonna be like somewhere between like 10,000 and 20,000. I don't know how many, because I'm not gonna count exactly. But it doesn't really matter, we'll just read the output. And that's our ratio. So you can divide this out. We're gonna get thousands of volts. We're gonna go in with like 24 volts and get like 2400 to 5000 volts out. So that's what the ZVS driver is doing, is it's efficiently converting this DC voltage so that we can get a really high voltage out. So the output of this flyback should be about 5K to 10K volts. AC. Important to note, AC. Because the output of any transformer is going to be AC. This is important to note because you need an adjustable high voltage power supply in DC to run a fusion reactor. It can't be AC. Okay, so how do we get it out of AC? Well, there's this handy little circuit called the Cockcraft-Walton multiplier that both multiplies the voltage further, which we need to do because we want to be higher than 10K volts, and rectifies it to DC. And every stage that we run this through will be another step to DC. Or sorry, will be another step multiplied. I'm getting a little bit twisted here. All right, so it's a staggered bridge of capacitors and diodes. It looks like this. The diodes in our case are pointing backwards, so they're going back towards the source because we want a negative voltage output, and that's how you get that. Every stage of a diode and a capacitor is effectively doubling us. Now, currently built, I have a 10-stage Cockcraft-Walton bridge, which I probably should not have. I think that I actually shouldn't cut it in half or so, because that's gonna give us like 100,000 volts out at peak, and these capacitors are only rated for like 50K volts, and technically we could probably get away with stretching it a little bit, but it's not gonna be that great. What frequency does the ZVS run at? I believe this guy's gonna oscillate around 20 kilohertz, but I'm not 100% on that. I'm using off-the-shelf premium ZVS drivers, as you can tell. Oh, why don't you build your own? Because they blow up all the fucking time. I don't have the patience to be rebuilding these shits every time they blow up. I still haven't replaced this absolute gargantuan one that I was originally running. We'll make sure it's working with the small one, and then we'll upgrade and see if it can handle the higher voltages. Is this a fire hazard? Everything's a fire hazard when you start getting into the weeds of it. Something important to note with the stages and everything here is that every stage of anything that we add is gonna be higher requirements for, like, how arc resistant things gonna be, because when we're working in this tier, like, the voltage coming off of this out the back of this flyback transformer, and this is what we're winding right now. This is the flyback. The voltage coming out of this can arc about maybe an inch, like that. But by the time we're getting out of the end of this, if this thing's pushing over 50,000 volts, that shit's starting to get wider and wider and wider. And if you don't have the right insulation, it's gonna jump through the insulation of the wire to dead arc. And if it dead arcs, it's gonna blast ass down this fucking diode chain, short your ZVS driver out, causing a massive current spike that's gonna burn your coils out, which is what happened last time. Aye, aye. Also, one leg of this needs to be grounded. I forgot about that. I can't remember if it's this leg or this leg. I think it's this leg that needs to be grounded, but I can't be entirely sure. Anyway, this is our basic idea of what we're doing here. Is there a clip of the arc? Yeah, it's on Twitch, but actually, let me pull up the screenshot, which shows the zap a little better. Sorry, I pulled up my Discord and someone said 45 minutes of explanation. I should, like, kill this guy. Hang on a second. Moment of truth. Alright, I'm finding the ones where people photoshopped other shocks. Hang on a second. You know, fake news is prevalent these days. There's a couple arcs. They happened within like half a second of me turning it on and blew up the entire system. Fantastic work, once again. Okay, here's one of them. All right, here's the main one. This arced between the ground of the transformer, of the flyback transformer, and one leg of the output through a giant wad of heat shrink and electrical tape, and then through about 4 inches or so of open air. So that was the first one, and then after that, fucking exploded the transformer. Then the remaining, I think the remaining voltage in the capacitors caused this other arc to the grounding of the case, which thoroughly fried the shit out of this, this little voltage reader that I have set up here. Anyway, this is the kind of shit, and unfortunately, if this happens again, it's probably game over until we have time to build another one. This isn't great. This isn't great rebounding stream content, because if it explodes, it's fucking over, bro. And then I gotta buy more shit. Now, I do have backups of some stuff. I have enough wire that I should be able to wind more coils. And I also have enough, ZVS drivers. So this circuit here, the ZVS driver, these things love frying, because if you go under voltage, then it holds... Because it's switching to, it's zero voltage switching, right? So it's switching to ground, back and forth, back and forth. If you have current flowing through this coil and you lower the voltage too much so that the frequency slows down and it holds to ground and sinks all that current through without switching, it'll burn out the damn MOSFET. So these things die every 5 minutes if you look at them wrong. So I've got this guy here, and you see I've modified it. It used to be made for an induction heater, but I made it single leg so that it can be driving this. I also have this much smaller one here. I have this mid-size one here, and I have like 2 more of these. So basically, if we start blowing shit up, we have other options. She wind my coil till I blow. All right. Let's take this guy off. This is a rectified flyback. Not really what we're after here. And once again, I used to have this glorious mega ZVS that could go up to like 50 volts. What a beautiful device. Anyway, it exploded when it did that flyback short. So fantastic work there as well. I think also it arcing to the case blew some shit up. I don't know, man. Let me go take a piss real fast, then we'll start winding. Ah. All right. This is our guide. I guess I can leave this here, actually. It does kind of fuck up the white balance of the camera. It doesn't like bright things. I just realized we didn't do the last coil separator. What the hell? I got distracted and started drawing diagrams. We got one more of these to add, and then it's basically good. And then we can start winding. Piss tank empty. Don't worry, I'm recharging. I'm realizing now I didn't even fully fuse the other layer. I literally stopped everything I was doing to draw a diagram. Some of these feel slightly warped. Hopefully it doesn't cause wire snags when I'm running the drill. I'll be pretty pissed if I break the wire. What happened to my sponge? My soldering sponge. It's fucking gone. Did I launch the thing off of here or something? It's like completely... What the hell? Your ATEM cannot control anything in your camera because it sends black magic's signals, right? What? Is the camera fucking up again? No, it's not. Yeah, no, it can't control the camera. It's just switching HDMI. It also doesn't even work very well at that, if I'm being completely honest. It's crazy how expensive it is versus how not good it is. The rat took it? Oh, shit! A rat! Chad is like the piss-attracted bugs in Urge. What? I don't know what that is, but I'll take your word for it. Did a crackhead steal your solder pad? I wonder where it went. You can see it normally goes here. It's like, oh wait, it's over here on the ground. Must have knocked it on the floor doing something. I'll need it once I start soldering. Ah, you fucker. A crackhead stole my rear windshield wiper arm last night. I remember when I was in college, there was a crackhead that broke into almost every car in the lineup of this parking lot where I was parked, but they skipped my car because mine looked like it had literally nothing of value in it, which is kind of crazy. I was like one of only like 3 cars skipped. Other people were getting their windows smashed for the guy to steal like $3 worth of quarters out of the center console. He took one look at my shit and was like, there's no way this guy has anything worth it. Got poor shamed. ATEMs can remotely control most Blackmagic cameras, settings, and the remote studio setups, but they don't want to do the same for other makers. Very suspicious. I got some, like, news for you, man. My Panasonic Lumix that I'm using does not even... It doesn't have any internal circuits to be controlled by fucking anything. You're waging war against ghosts right now, man. You're getting fucking worked up over a feature in a thing that doesn't even exist on the base object. Bro's throwing punches at something that doesn't exist. It literally doesn't have the ability to be controlled. The crackhead stole my Chubbawamba cassette. One of my besties got her car broken into and they stole her backpack, which had just lingerie, estrogen, and makeup. Amazing. Amazing haul. It does exist in my head. Hate on Black Magic for the fact that they sell a capture card that bugs the fuck out, but this $15 capture card that I got from Micro Center does, like, works more consistently than. That's actually crazy. That's... That pisses me off way more than anything else that the stuff that I use with them does. I can tell you that right now. Is there a way to make the ZVS more reliable? It is reliable. It's when I fuck up that it fries. The real question you need to ask yourself to keep the thing frying less is there a way to make the engineer more reliable? And I'm afraid to tell you, I don't think it's possible. This is a much larger coil. I hope that it doesn't require, like, a lot more current to actually get transfer to this. We'll see, though. If I make this giant-ass transformer and it doesn't output anything, I'll be more than a little pissed, I'm not gonna lie. What's the target output frequency? I don't have a target. I have a target voltage that I want over 5K volt out. But then you're gonna be like, oh, yes, here's the expert. You need to do 3,576 and a half windings. And I'll be like, cool, bro, I'm not counting that. So, you know, we're really more vibe coding this thing. Except not coding, we're vibe engineering this transformer. More windings, Igor. Let me set up a jig, sorry, so that I can wind this coil using my drill. I bought this very expensive, it's expensive for Harbor Freight stuff, that's for damn sure, set of giant drill bits, and I'm finding that their perfect use is going to be fitting the center bore of this so that I can stick it on my drill. Oh, but it doesn't fit, you say? Ah, yes, my friend. Wait until you see the power of masking tape. What the fuck are we even listening to in the background? This is the Toho music that I always use. Toho, aka Tuhu, aka is a bossa nova remix of music from some video game. I use it because it doesn't get copyright claimed on Twitch, but it does on YouTube sometimes, so. It doesn't even mostly, like, most of the time the copyright claims on YouTube are not coming from Shibion, it's coming from some fuck-ass jerk-off SoundCloud rapper that sampled the beat, as it often does. love the tune Bossa Nova. Yeah, it's quite pleasant, isn't it? I like it as well. I miss that chill jazz that we would listen to in the morning during the subathon. That was pretty great, honestly. Did someone post the Ohio Shake song? Ohio Shape? You can find the original on YouTube. If you're looking for the remixes, they're in the Discord. Yeah, there we go. That shit's, it's well set. Let's say that. Hopefully it's not too well set. You're winding the tape in the wrong direction. I read a 2-paragraph story on Reddit, so I'm a bit of an expert. Don't worry. This will be far from the last thing we do wrong. I'll say, watch this shaft not fit my drill. Luckily, my drill can fit any shaft. Alright, we're gonna want this to be propped up a bit. Just so that when it's winding, it doesn't scrape across the ground. I might actually just be able to put it on this. Oh, what do you know? Hang on a second. Prop that shaft. Remember to prop your shaft up. The direction you coil doesn't actually matter? Not really, no. Not for the sake of, like, I don't have to make sure I wind it the right direction or it's gonna be fucking finished or anything. I'm trying to, like, weigh it down. Hang on a second. Wait. Yeah, sure. Why not? Hang on. I need a little more secure tape for this. My shit's gonna be held together with duct tape and dreams. It better at least be the good duct tape. Which duct tape is the good duct tape? The answer, the real answer is Gorilla Tape, which is maybe one of the greatest tapes ever conceived. But for the practical purposes here, I just meant not masking tape. Someone's gonna be like, actually, Gorilla Tape isn't that great. It's actually a rebrand of this other tape that came out, and I don't care, okay? You know what I'm talking about, okay? Don't be hitting me with this shit. I like the 3M extra tape. Always down for more tape recommendations. As someone who uses it as a primary building component half the time, I am always down for some more tape recommendations. Ah, you fuck. Wind the other direction. Hang on. Wind the other direction for the simplicity of it pulling this direction instead of the other. You guys see this? Yeah, you can. This is a fucking massive coil, dude. How much of this shit is this gonna use? Hang on. I'm realizing now this is gonna use a lot of wire because of how wide the upper layers are. Or, like, how wide the coil is. The other one I made was a lot smaller. Well, we've got a pound here, so I don't think I'll be running out. We're also not... We're leaving spacers in between the coils. It's actually, like, tracking real nice here. It doesn't like to leave a valley. I'm, like, looking at it with an eye squinted. It pretty evenly coats back and forth without me having to, like, do anything to it, which is pretty nice. It also seems to not be catching on the 3D printed part, which is something else I was worried about. I think I'm keeping the speed pretty moderate, though. It was a lot harder when I was winding my Tesla coil, because that thing, you need to make sure it's single file, no overlaps, and this one you're just kind of cramming coil into the channel and seeing how it goes. Watch me fucking run out of wire before I get done winding this big ass coil. I'm realizing now just how much this is using. Like, holy shit, dude. Hang on. Hang on. I kind of overfilled it a little bit, actually. Shit. Shit. Yeah, wait. That did kind of overfill it. Motherfucker. Even when the drill bit dislodges and flies off. Hang on, I gotta make sure I don't get backlash or we're gonna have a dangerous situation. I was keeping an eye out on it. It didn't look like it was hitting anything. You should have picked up more wire. Those transformers use a lot of wire. Credentials right now. 2 minutes. 2 minutes for credentials or you're banned. Sorry, I'm just kidding. We're not gonna... We're not actually... We're not gonna be that serious. But I will say, there's nothing more frustrating Than someone being like, yeah, why didn't you do that? It was obvious. And it's like, oh, really? What have you built? Oh, nothing, actually. I've never built anything in my entire life. In fact, I've never even planned like a birthday party, nonetheless, a Fusion Reactor project. And it's like, oh, okay, shut your fucking mouth. It's maybe one of the most irritating things on the internet possible. This build has brought in more people that do legitimately know what they're doing, though. So my gripes are not as legitimate as they often are. Oh, I see why. I see why this difference exists here, and it's because of this. The coil is not symmetric, even though it's supposed to be. Alright, so I probably shouldn't fill them to the very top, because they aren't quite guaranteed to be symmetric. I will say, as much as I complain about people not knowing stuff, I did get some advice from someone that actually has done Fusion before. Which is pretty rad. So I know a lot of Fusioneers are not too keen on content creators, which is understandable. I totally get it. But it is unfortunate given that I fit that label. Alright, we need more than this, obviously. I'm like, my head is down level with the desk so I can see, so I can look sideways and see how full the layers are getting. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Fill her up. How many more fucking subcoils do I have to wind after this? Because I'm looking at this wire spool. And it's getting, I'm not going to lie, it's getting a lot less full. And it's making me, it's making me a slightly concerned. I don't know why I said a slightly concerned like I'm fucking Mario. You know what I mean. I'm getting a little worried that maybe I underplanned. Okay, hang on. We're getting to the top of the spool here. Can you tape the power button so you don't have to hold it? That would be a fucking nightmare. You realize if one little snag happens, my reflexes have to immediately let go of it? Otherwise, the whole thing's fucked, and then I've ruined everything. You're barking up the wrong tree of efficiency. I actually wish that I had to pull it more to make it go this fast, so that there was less chance for colossal fuck-ups. Just remove the tape really fast, man. The amount, 1 second of this running, if it got snagged, would be like... It would destroy everything. on, just a little. Ooh, too much. What the hell, man? Oh, shit. Shit. Hang on. I gotta keep tension. I really wish I could free spin this when it was holding still, but unfortunately, that's a pretty bad design for a drill. Oh, fucking motherfucker. Motherfucker. Hold tension. You piece of shit. Hold tension. You fucking piece of fucking shit. Hold tension. And don't fall over. Trash ass mother. Alright, hang on. Unwind this. I can't possibly hold tension on the roll now. I hope I don't get backlash that overlaps. The main issue is you don't want loops. Oh, okay. There we go. Okay. Pull this loop out without it. I gotta lock in here for a second. This could be bad. Okay, yeah. Don't make a kink in the wire. Okay, there we go, there we go. No loops. No kinks. No tears. There's absolutely an errant loop in here, and I'm not sure why or where it came from, but I can see it down at the core. You know, if we can't do all the coils, all the sub-coils, I think we'll still be fine. The thing that I like about this construction is that if one of the sub-coils goes out, like it breaks, like maybe we have a short in like this one or something, we can literally bypass it, tap into another one, and the whole thing isn't shot yet. Maybe I should wear safety glasses while doing this. I don't really think it can throw like a piece off, but I normally wear safety glasses while doing anything with power tools, even if it's something pretty mundane, like winding a big coil. Hang on. All you guys ragging me for being mad about the coil releasing, you've never had to hunt down a bolt that you dropped into the engine compartment. That's for damn sure. Some tedious repair tasks make you into a different man, is all I'm saying. Alright, we're getting near the top of this one. I can't read chat because I have to fucking lock in and watch this wire be wrapped. Otherwise, if the thing fails, it's fucking over, man. They got my balls in a damn vice. Alright, hang on. Put my finger in the middle for this one. Eyebrow raise, winky face. Alright. The elusive 10mm socket, there's a reason I have 2 of them. I don't even do that much mechanics stuff. But I learned... Oh, fuck! I almost ruined it all, man! My finger's a little too grippy. I should have used the control rod here. Yeah, I'll use the screwdriver, actually. Okay. Hold you. That was not supposed to go there. Wind you up for tension. There we go. Alright, looks like no kinks or anything. I think one winding, like, went outside the box or something, man. I feel like one winding went outside this and looped into the in-between or some shit. Because, like, why... There we go. Why is it looped like that? Or is it just that it didn't get a good... Dude, where the fuck is the... Where the fuck is the purple... Ah, there we go. I think it's better for it to have a little more lead than less. Oh, unwind it. Just unwind it real quick to see the problem. Yeah, it sounds like a great idea. I feel like that third coil is a little fucky. Maybe it's me. We're holding out strong with our wire supply here. We're clearly like halfway through the spool though. Editor, put sped up Mario music over this part and get the entire video demonetized and my house nuked by Miyamoto. Come on, baby. Oh! Move this guy. Okay, hang on. You did want some nuclear action? That would give me a little more than I bargained for. I can tell by weight. There's still a decent amount on the spool, but his like I thought I bought a pretty big spool, and I'm realizing now, looking at it, that I'm probably gonna use the entire thing. Yo, what else I'm realizing is fucking thing's wobbling like crazy. Why is it wobbling so much? Is it like... Yeah, it is. It's close to the thing in some parts and not in others. I don't know about this, bro. Alright. Come on, bro. My hand's cramping up from holding this damn thing. Ow. Shit. The metal plate on top of the drill is more essential as it goes on because there's more and more weight being added to the coils. This thing is gonna be fucking huge. Look how big it is, man. It's gonna weigh a pound or so. And then this guy is gonna be significantly smaller by comparison. Oh my gosh. Alright. You only have 2 more to fill after this. Okay. Oh my gosh, dude. I am not making sure that there's an equivalent amount of turns on each fin either, which is hopefully not that important. It shouldn't be, because it's more like the raw number of turns, and making sure there's a pretty even amount space from the coil is more important. But I don't know, man. I'm not an expert by any stretch, especially on AC stuff. Alright. I've been counting, you're good. You can put a tachometer on your drill if you're trying to, like, get an exact coil count. And maybe it's just because I'm like a scrub, so I'm not doing that. I've literally never counted when I've made transformers in the past, though. Unless I'm going for like a very... actually, yeah, I have when I'm doing stuff for radio applications. Because there, it's like more like you really need it to be exact. There's something where it's just like, yeah, I just need to multiply the voltage. Like, it's like only a few turns going in and a lot of turns coming out. I think we'll be fine. Oh my gosh, dude. Whoa. I don't like that it did that little kick there. Looks like we didn't lose any loops, though. Always measured length of wire? That's pretty cool, but, like, we're throwing, like, hundreds of... probably, like, thousands of feet of wire on this thing. I don't know what the length of this magnet wire spool is. This 1 pound of 30 AWG magnet wire is, but it's a lot. Yeah, doing the devices for radio is very monotonous. When I was a kid, I was really into radio applications and making radio stuff, because it's like, oh, dude, it's wireless. That's awesome. And keep in mind, XB was like giga expensive at the time. Also didn't come out until 2009, so a little after this era, for me at least. But I was really into making little radio circuits, and I was always like, why do these sometimes work and sometimes don't? And it took me a while before I realized it's because I was putting them on a breadboard. And the breadboard would work. The breadboard acted as an antenna because every strip that it would plug into is a little metal, like, strip. And so you would build something on a breadboard and it would work, and then you'd solder it together and it suddenly didn't work anymore. And I was like, dude, what am I doing wrong? Oh, it turns out I gotta retune all my custom wound inductors because these fucking things, they don't work anymore. The biggest thing that I learned, I used to just build stuff and it just wouldn't work, and I'd be like, dude, I don't get it. How do I make it tunable? And I'd be trying to scrounge for, like, variable capacitors and shit. And at some point, I realized that the way you make them tunable is you, stick a screw in the end of your coil on your main, like, resonator. And then when you turn the screw in, it changes the impedance of the coil. And you would tune it that way. Once I found out that little trick, I was a lot better at making radio circuits. Da. The wobble was triggering OCD. The wobble is making me fucking worried, man. Dude, I think we literally have exactly enough wire for one thing here. Alright. Let's see here. Come on, man. Come on, man. This is the final one. Final loop. Oh my gosh. And then we have the nerve-wracking wiring this up and seeing if it actually fucking works. Gotta bail. Editor put on "You spin me right round, right at the speed of UWO spinning the drill." No, that's gonna get us duped. Sadly, that's how it goes. It needed fixed 5 minutes ago, and by God, he's got a welder. Are you talking about farmers right now? It's gotta be because, wait. It's gotta be. This fucker didn't do any prep. Every weld is slag and nasty. I don't know how it held. Him using a Lincoln welder helped the shitty-ass welds he did? Okay, but was it like a MIG welder or something? Where he's at least got a little bit of guidance and, like, some shielding gas? Or was that motherfucker laying down, like, 6011 stick with a buzz box? Cause if it's the latter, those things are holding on for dear fucking life. In old Tombstone, I was gonna say, anytime someone says, oh, it's at least brand name, and it's like, okay, but is it like the brand name, the one that's like literally just a transformer in a box, or is it the one that's like, got a little bit of shit to help you out? FFA agent spotted. The FFA is watching. Oh, man. Hey, man, when the thing breaks and it needs to work, sometimes you gotta go with what you got. Ah, man. I know someone, one of the guys, one of the guys that I knew growing up that had a farm had one of those, they had a welder that had the generator in it, so it had like an engine, and you'd start it up. And it had a crank on the front of the thing. And when you turn the crank to adjust the current output, it would literally pull the wire core out of the transformer. That was how it adjusted. Because that's how it was adjustable current. Because the more of the coil you remove, the less efficient the transformer was, and it wouldn't be able to transfer as much energy through, which is pretty clever, but also, like, really funny. Nowadays, I'm pretty sure everything's, like, inverter driven. That's badass. That is kind of awesome, I'm not gonna lie. Old machines are kind of crazy. They really, back in the day, they just let anyone that could make something with an engine in it. It's not so easy nowadays. Alright, last one, baby. I can't believe we've held out enough wire until now. It's literally, we're at the bottom of the spool. I'll show you. Dee-dee-dee-dee-dee. Dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Dude, look how little wire is left on the spool. Did you guys see this thing when it was new? That's crazy. That's crazy less wire. Alright, there's our exit. There we go. All right, we've done it. We wound the entire thing. Surprised it did the whole thing? Me too, brother. Me too. I cannot believe we made it to the end of the spool. Look, it doesn't even hold itself down anymore. The drill's too heavy now. We're fine. Take her out of this damn thing. This first one is definitely overwound. This center one is definitely underwound. I don't know. Okay, hang on. Let me... Oh, don't roll off. Don't fucking roll, dog. You guys just gotta... You gotta see it for yourself. This one, I don't know if you can see the margin. It's definitely a little overwound. This one is definitely a little underwound. But you know, I think they're all close enough that we're not gonna have too much problem. This thing also... is heavy, but it's kind of hard to tell how heavy it is because it has a big drill bit in the middle of it. Is it cooked? Nah, it should work. Transformers are not the exact kind of engineering that you need. It just kind of, you know, you can make them like accidentally. Now an efficient transformer, that's a different question, but like, you know, what? This should get us close enough. Close enough for government work, at least. Tear all this shit off my drill. Like that it buffered as soon as Slab pushed the big button on the thing. Yeah, I should probably have it do. I should probably put this on the drill and run it in reverse while I hold the coil to unstick it from its... Motherfucker. Okay, let's not do that, actually. Yeah, actually, let's not... That fucked up everything. Okay, fantastic. That fucked up the... How the fuck did that fuck up the middle coil? And it hurt my hand. What the fuck, dude? Ow! Alright, we're gonna beat it out with a hammer, I guess. What the fuck? How did this fuck up the center coil? Hang on. I must not have wound this one quite tight enough. Here, I think I can get it back on track. Oh, you know what I think it was? I think that maybe it slipped out of the track and was not in there. So then when I did that, it twisted it further out of the track, which is only serving to make it worse. It should still function. We didn't break it. It is unfortunate, though. I'm gonna need to tape that down, or glue it, or do something. Ow! Pinched my finger real bad, too. Alright, well, we're not gonna use the drill to get the bit out of the center, then, I guess. I guess we're just gonna beat it. Oh, and this is coming undone again. Fantastic. Man, if I had had to hand wind this damn thing, do you see how long this shit would take? Are you seeing this shit, brother? Are you seeing how long this would have to take if I did this by hand? The drill is a mandatory device for winding a transformer, I fear. Oh, it really wants to twist. Are we beating it? We're about to. Eyebrow raise, winky face. Okay, don't have a bump. We need to do another Tesla coil build at some point. I feel like we did one a while ago, and it actually worked too. But I think we could make an even bigger one. I think we could maybe even push them. Maybe not 1,000,000 volts, but we could push some crazy voltage, and it would be an awesome build. We'd have to go out to the driveway to truly fire it up, though. I'll be honest, one that I've wanted to try, or a design element I've wanted to try, because when you make a... Yo, Starvent! Thank you so much for the 10 gift subs! Thank you, dude. I appreciate you. Yo! Thank you, thank you. What was I gonna say? I was interrupted of my thought here. Oh, one of the things I want to try is, Styropyro did a build of a Tesla coil. And something that he did in his build that I hadn't seen before. I'd heard of people doing things like this, but part of when you build one is you build a spark gap. And as the charge in your main cap bank builds, it builds up and jumps across the spark gap, and it gives you an alternating it gives you your alternating current input for the main coil. And what he did for his spark gap was he attached a Harbor Freight angle grinder with a disc that had little metal pieces across it in between the spark gap to create a motor like modulated spark gap, and he just ripped the angle grinder, and as the disc passes in between, that's where the arc would hit. That build, if you've ever seen the video, that's like a serious, like, proving that he's not fucking around kind of build. Because, like, the guy is not an engineer, but he fucking made a better Tesla coil build than almost anyone that I've ever seen. It's legitimately one of the most impressive builds that I've seen out of, like, a YouTube guy. Most YouTube guys are not doing shit that's very impressive on a technical level. It's just visually impressive because that's good for YouTube clicks. Myself included. I don't do anything that impressive on a technical level. If we get this thing this fuser working correctly, it's going to be one of the most impressive ones. I should have just done that, man. That was way easier. For some reason, I was thinking it was going to be a lot more of a big deal. Visually impressive. We're looking at a coil. Motherfucker. You haven't seen the entire setup, okay? You haven't seen the rest. We're looking at a coil. Get the fuck out of here, okay? You have to do some building steps to get to the part where it looks cool. I know jack shit about what's going on. Do you think it's going to explode? I certainly hope not. Why does the stream overlay look naked? I took the subathon stuff off, and you're used to seeing the little sub counter at the top corner. I think is what happened here. Oh, hey, it's the tag from the parachute that I got. All right, hang on. I'm still cleaning up stuff in this basement. Speaking of, I'm gonna have to go move my hydraulic press out of the way so that I can look at the fusion reactor again. What is this long ass message? I foresee you having to do this more than once in the future. Maybe spin to stream, making a contraption which does all the feeding and spinning automatically. I'm not going to be rewinding this coil. I'm going to tell you right now, if this doesn't work, then we're doing a completely different option for our high voltage generation, which is that I'm going to buy something instead of making all this myself. Alright, let's go ahead and cut the end off here. I try to do as much as possible on my own, because I think it's a little bit more impressive, though. But it's a cute idea that you think I'm going to do like 8 consecutive streams of building flyback transformers that I'm going to blow up by the end of the stream. Will the copper wire get hot during operation? It may, depending on the current drawn through it. That said, that's also part of why I'm submerging the entire thing in mineral oil. If you're unfamiliar with mineral oil, it's electrically neutral, so it doesn't conduct electricity. People often do, and it also wicks heat away. It's pretty useful. It's pretty useful for multiple reasons here. And people have done PC builds, actually, where they have submerged the entire PC in mineral oil. And part of the advantage of that is that you don't need heat sinks on anything. So you'll just bare die the GPU and or not die, but like the heat spreader without anything on it. On your CPU and your GPU. Unless you spill it, yeah, then it fucking sucks. It's pretty good at dissipating heat, which is nice. Having something that's completely non-conductive and works to insulate your circuit, but is also good at wicking the heat away, is a pretty rare one to find. Now we need to wind our primary, which is only going to be a few turns, so that'll be easy. And then this, it'll be here and here, and then that's going to be our main transformer. We'll wind our primary around that, then all this goes into this container, where we're going to mount it to this bottom plate. Hang on. What? We'll mount it to this bottom plate in here, and then that'll bolt into the bottom of the case. We'll put our Cockcroft-Walton multiplier in there, and then we should be good. We should be good to go. And then we fill that case with mineral oil. They have treated oil so you don't have to change it out in the PC tank as often. I can't. The mineral oil PC would actually be the most annoying thing of all time. I can't imagine locking in on a PC build like that. Literally anything that you swap out is just gonna be like horrible. This is box from Harbor Freight. No, this is a proper electrical enclosure box. It's specifically designed for stuff like this. Yo, Pancake! Thank you so much for the 3 months. I appreciate you. 3 for me. Hang on a second. I'm gonna piss real fast. Long ass piss. We're taking the extended edition pisses in this household. Dude, this one coil being slightly loose is driving me crazy. And I think it's just because it came out of the slot. I don't think it's gonna, like, cause any big issues, but I don't like it. Just watch your rice video. I'm shocked you're alive after eating literal arsenic rice. How many, like, times? Also, welcome. Thank you for the bits, Private Dan. I gotta say, I love that I can, like, blatantly show something on stream that people on YouTube will completely ignore. It's gotta be one of the best tricks of all time. Because it saves me from having to be dishonest. They're simply gonna miss it. Aye. The amount of people that told me, did you know by putting a cigarette in there, you're actually ingesting arsenic? And then I have to respond and be like, it's not a real cigarette. Like, it is a real cigarette in that you can smoke it, but it doesn't have nicotine in it. There's no tobacco. You're not gonna be getting arsenic out of it. Also, I'm not, like, swallowing anything that I taste in my... that I taste on stream. I pretty much universally spit it out. Arsenic and old rice. Hang on, let me read you. Hang on. This actually reminds me. So you lied to me? I didn't lie to you. I said it in the stream. I'm not sure if I said it in the video. It's kind of hard to... Oh, good fucking lord. I just opened up my, just opened my messages. I have 5,000 messages. Oopsie. Someone offering me free food if we pass through their part of town? We'll see about that one. I do be liking free stuff, not gonna lie. Hang on a second. This is what my this is what my fucking This is what my official business email is full of. Discover yada yada game. Okay, that's fair. Please join our talent agency. Probably not gonna do that. Exploring new projects together. Good afternoon. Black Desert is seeking creators for long-term partnership. They're getting, like, progressively more lazy, man. I don't know why it's always Black Desert. That's gotta be, like, the most easy to... Maybe the most easy to scam person is someone who plays Black Desert online. But literally... And people will be like... why do you keep talking about these scam emails in the Discord? Because I mentioned them a few times, and it's like, dog, because I get more than one every single day from different addresses. And it's always from either an Indonesian, a Czechoslovakian, or like, wait, what is this one from? This is from an Italian domain name? It's always Black Desert Online, and they always misspell random words in the email. Hey, hang on. Where's the one? Hang on, wait, what is this? Invitation to contribute ideas. We are reaching out on behalf of Canva. Dog, it's literally the same scam email that sent the thing about Black Desert. They didn't change accounts, and they were sent 1 minute apart. Would love to see this content in Spanish. Hang on, I'm reading some emails out loud. This is from a company though, so it's nothing confidential, and I did not consent to this being sent to me regardless, so I'm not breaking any kind of rule here. This is an ad for a company that... Hang on, I can tell this is written from AI because the start of the email is, hey, I remember seeing your videos when I tried using motor oil to fry chicken, and I thought I'd reach out. You can tell they have like an auto, like Chat GPT sloppa vibe-coded dog shit system that's scrolling through like the last popular video someone uploaded, and then it's trying to come up with an opening line. And they mistook it for a cooking tutorial and not like something that no one would ever attempt to replicate. The idea is to turn YouTubers' videos into new languages and make it look like the creator is actually speaking those languages. I believe your content would perform well because people enjoy creative engineering worldwide, and your advice could really help them. Especially in Europe or Latin America, where science and technology is very popular. Can we create a Spanish version of your channel and posted your translated content? No. No, I'd say I'd rather you don't do that at all. Thank you. Thanks for speak for yourself. Motor oil chicken is delicious. I'm gonna create a new one. I'm gonna create a new channel called Chico's Lab, where it's just every video I've made but dubbed over in Spanish. Alright, here's the one I was looking for. This is from a couple days ago. Health warning from a fan. Hey man, I just wanted you to know that every time you do the cigarette water bit and drink it, you are doing an arsenic extraction and then drinking the product. One cigarette has about 400 nanograms of the stuff. Dude didn't have the nads to say 0.4 milligrams. He didn't have the balls. He had to sub down to nanograms to make it sound more dramatic. And negative effects start after 50,000 nanograms, aka 125 cigs. You are currently staying well below that, but if you keep exposing yourself to it over and over, enough of it will build up in spots where you can't piss it out, where it can stay in your system for years. You should consider cutting out the cancer juice that's giving you upwards of 80% higher arsenic exposure than smoking the cigarette. It's a valid... Actually, it's not that valid because I need to, because I would need to drink 125 cigarettes worth of arsenic extracted water, which I haven't even had more than like half a teaspoon of anything where I put a cigarette in water, like, ever. He just wanted to be nice. Yeah, it's well-intentioned, but also, like, How has this guy seen so many things and not realized that the cigarettes are not nicotine cigarettes? He don't be watching the vids. SMH just wants to talk. You rarely swallow? I never swallow anything that I eat on stream, pretty much. I mean, the only thing that I've actually consumed, I had the, that's like questionable, I should say, is the stuff where I was putting the paper towel in it. I did eat that. Because, I mean, come on, you can eat a paper towel. That's not gonna kill you. I don't know, someone's probably gonna write a mega doc about that too. I received 10 emails yesterday at the exact same time from quote-unquote YouTube Studio, but the email address is copyright.notice@something.ua, which I believe is a United Arab Emirates subdomain. How hard is it to get like a .com domain? It can't be that hard, right? Can you not get one if you're not in the US? Why, like, or is this one of those things where like they make it look like a scam so that they filter out anyone smart enough to waste their time? Like, is it a wait, UA is Ukraine? Okay, my apologies. It's just cheaper. Okay. They sent 10 emails all from the same exact address. It's completely empty, but there is an attachment called YouTube Policy Warning.pdf, and you could not pay me $100,000 to open that PDF on my computer. I managed to get a .com outside the US. .com is a USA only thing. A .com is expensive. Really? Uwoomfy.com, do you know how much I pay for that domain name? $7 a year. That's not... now, you know, maybe I'm coming from a higher place of living in the first world, but I feel like $7 a year isn't that much money. Maybe I'm crazy. I feel like that's pretty damn cheap. I have my own domain? What do you mean? Like your own... Like domain extension? Ohio is first world? Shockingly, yes. Upload the PDFs to Virus Total. I'm not even loading the thing onto my PC, dog. Depends on the domain name. Alright, hang on a second. I'm gonna go on, I'll go on Namecheap, because they're a pretty good lookup. That's what I have my domains through. Namecheap.com. Can you get me suck.fuck? Okay, no, that's probably not a real subdomain. Can I get a quote on suck.com? I can buy it for $1 million. Renews at $20 a year. But you gotta go the initial auction. That's unfortunate. Maybe one day we'll be able to afford suck.com. What about UWO.com? That's a 3-letter domain name. You know that shit's expensive. It's simply not up for grabs. Yeah, 4-letter .com names are crazy. I remember. Okay, so you know XKCD? XKCD is named that because the guy buying the domain in like 2004 or so, keep in mind, maybe earlier than that, looked up and realized it was basically the only unregistered 4-letter domain name left. There was like barely any that were left, and so he got it because it was one of the only 4-letter domain names left in existence. So if that shit was gone in like the early 2000s, then you know they're toast now. I don't want to know how much Elongated Muskrat paid for X.com. That shit was probably like $1 billion. Hang on a second. Hang on. Yeah, can I get UWOSLAB.com? Wait, I think I already own that, actually. You know, actually, I think I might be stupid. I think I already bought that domain. Hang on, does it redirect? Does it redirect to the stream? It redirects to my website. Oh, I think maybe my brain is getting a little bit fried, dog. I really just forgot that I owned the name. I have a 4-letter domain that I registered in the late night. Hang on, Alaman, that absolutely is worth, like, at minimum 5 figures. Hang on, I'm gonna type in a bunch of random fucking letters. 4 random letters. Something.com. Wait. CKSA.com, they're asking $50 million for? Hang on a second. Let's see. Let me try to get something that could not possibly stand for anything. XVCE.com. Okay, what do they want for this one? .com. They want $2,000 for? I feel like they're lowballing a little. I could buy this domain. Hang on. This one isn't even for offer. I'm trying to find another 4-letter that has an offer. Dude, why does the Namecheap website keep fucking breaking? It keeps breaking, and then I have to reload it and retype in my fuck-ass domain name. Okay, that one's taken. Okay, hang on. That one's taken. No offer on the table. Stop fucking refreshing! Fuck off, dog! Fuck off! Stop refreshing and then blanking the page and making me refresh, and then I have to remember what dumbass name I typed in. Alright, dirg.com is currently selling for $50,200. I'm trying to see. What is poop.com selling for? Make offer? If you have to ask, you can't afford it. What about peep.com? Oh, that one's only $15,000. Okay, a little bit more affordable. What about mmm.com? Oh, make offer. You can't afford that one. That's for damn sure. Check slab.com. Slab.com taken. Make offer. Dude, just getting slab.net is $27,000. Are you kidding me, man? That's too much money. Any real name, any real word is gonna be like impossible. Slop.com. Hang on. Sorry, I'm getting distracted. This one's also taken. Sorry, best you can get is slop.io for $3,000. Hang on. I'm trying to find... Dude, does it think that I'm, like, trying to, like, spoof bomb them? Cause, like, why does it keep blanking the whole damn page? JKLS.com is currently on the marketplace for $22,000. Bro, the dude in chat that said they own a 4-letter .com domain, get your ass on the auction. You're about to retire, dog. Get that shit for sale right now. I hope you kept paying for it. I haven't found a single one that's less than... I think the cheapest one I found was like $2,000, and that was like a complete random assortment of letters. There was Orolga with giant tits and everyone else was knights. Nah, I don't know why I'm questioning. Dog, what the fuck are you talking about, bro? They're probably better off sitting in it. I guess if they don't need the money right now, but like that shit's only gonna keep going up in value, is all I'm saying. I own profanityridden.com. It redirects to my MySpace. Wait, that's awesome. Let's check out this guy's MySpace. If it starts screaming the N-word when I load this shit in, I'm gonna kill you with a rock. Okay, it didn't? Excellent. I used to work for the guy that owned mobile.com and cell.com in the 90s. Dude, that's crazy. Mobile.com? That was probably worth like $1 billion. I gotta stop saying I'm gonna beat you with a rock. Sorry, I'm in Minecraft. Yeah, listen, you don't need me to know that it's not serious. Only the most disingenuous of chatters would believe otherwise. And that's what I'm gonna ride out for the rest of the time. I own electronics.boutique. Wait, that's pretty good. Not like anyone's really fighting for the .boutique name. Com.com. $10,000 for an XYZ. That's psychotic. It's literally... Hang on, wait. What's a worthwhile... How about TUVW.XYZ? That's gotta be worth like a lot of money, right? Take and make offer? I'm not gonna be making an offer. Now, what about STUVW? Hang on, how much of the alphabet do I have to go? How much of the alphabet can I add to this before it is no longer taken? Okay, I can buy QRSTUVW.XYZ for $1,700. I'm seeing how far I can go before it's not taken. I'm having to use way too many brain cells to think of what the alphabet is in reverse. Oh, hang on. I can buy ABCDEFGHIJKLMNOPQRSTUVW.XYZ for $65,000. All right. You know what? This tangent is getting a little long in the tooth. You know what you got to do is you got to leave out one of the letters. You do the entire alphabet, but you leave a single letter out. Suddenly it becomes a lot cheaper. Suddenly that shit ain't nearly as much money anymore. Crazy how that works. Crazy how nature do that. Bootleg alphabet. Diabolical. Leave out F and then you can be like, it's because I don't give an F. Anyway, subscribe to my MySpace. I might need to be stretching this high voltage cabling for all it's fucking worth. I think this shit's only rated a 40k volt though. So I don't know, man. I don't know how well it's gonna be going. Maybe I should just adopt in this Cockcraft Walt instead of the other one. Nah, let's get our primary winding here. No, that means you don't have an F. Actually, stop trying to make me sound less cool. I'm gonna sue your ass. Did you guys see that, that guy? There was a guy who was getting lit up on the internet because he stole a, hat from a kid at a tennis game. Like, the player gave him his hat, and then this old guy comes in and, like, yoinked it out of his hand and ran off with it. And then everyone was like, fuck this guy, he robbed a kid. And then someone found out who he was, and he was like some CEO of something. And they started ragging him, and his ass was like, actually, if you make fun of me, I'm gonna sue you. Actually, it's one of the funniest things of all time. Yeah, it was a Polish CEO. I'm not making any broad strokes against the Polish here. I don't think they're claiming this guy either. He released a statement, a real one, where he said he didn't realize it wasn't for him. That's so full of shit. He literally yoinked it out of the kid's hand. That statement was fake. Was it fake? Okay. You know what? I got bamboozled. I was bamboozled by fake news. I am amused by the idea that he would be like, I'm gonna sue you if you talk shit about me. But maybe I was a little too amused because I just believed it dead to rights. Wait. I think I need it. Yeah. I think this needs to be like this. I feel like maybe this wire should be thicker. I'm not going to be sinking that much current through, though. It's mostly, yeah, hang on. Shrek.onion. Alright, everyone's posted. You guys are gonna start getting hit by the link blocker bot that I have. If you keep posting these domain names. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 on that side, and then on the other side, we'll also go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hang on. 7, 8, 9. I don't know, boss. That's a lot of windings for a ZVS primary. Buy some of Unk's Warhammer 40k stuff and store up on some Yu-Gi-Oh! Is this like investment advice? Also, it is like crazy that I see people, I'm getting like investment, like hustle shit, recommended to me, but it's talking about like trading cards and shit. It's wild that trading cards have gotten popular enough that people that don't even play the games are trying to like hustle them. Alright. Let's wind this as tight as we can, because we want a good, firm connection. Pants grab. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. See, like this one I can control a little better, so I want it to be proper wound. 7, 8, 9. And I guess we'll end at that, and then let me just tape it down. And I don't know how well the tape's gonna hold once this shit's submerged in mineral oil. Probably not that well, so I'll have to, like, do some other shit. First of all, it's not even tape, it's like some other shit. I'm pretty sure the primary shorting problem that we ran into last time was that the high voltage jumped to the common ground on the primary winding, which is why it blew the fuck out of the ZVS driver. Because otherwise, there's no way it would have flashed back through the ZVS driver hard enough to actually blow it up. Like, not through the damn windings, that's for sure. Oh, you're right, I should use zip ties. Horrible zip tie bondage. I mean, you're right. Zip ties would be more reliable in this scenario. The glue will turn to snot in about 10 seconds. Ah, excellent. That'll do great on my glue snot index. Alright, see, I'm trying to tape on this side and then wind towards the center. You can see what I'm doing here. Old school transformers use tied cloth tape or ribbon. Alright, good to know. Good to know. This one's gonna fold out like this. I want to make sure they're both coming out at the same part and have roughly the same amount of wire out. I'm gonna have to put extra leads on here, which is okay. I mostly just want, I just want the windings to be tight. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Alright, there we go. That'll do it. Where's my... Ah, shit. I forgot to prime the tape this time. Go. There we go. Just wrapping it on over. Just so it doesn't come unwound while I'm doing everything else. But then I'll go through and zip tie to really make sure it stays in place before we, like, lock everything in. And then these two will be pulled out like this, tied together. Like that, because we need the center tap. Oy, oy. What are y'all talking about? I got y'all talking about trading cards, and it's fucked up my ability to follow the chat because I don't know diddly shit about it. I really played myself here. Is that Seven Nation Army, the music? Are you talking about the Toho Bossa Nova instrumental? Nah, it's not Seven Nation Army. Hang on, where's that chill jazz instrumental we were listening to? Hang on, YouTube. Give me that. Yeah, give me that chill cafe jazz. Here. I was talking about tape, everything else I faded out. Yeah, it's awesome. Dr. House Jazz. The clanker jazz or the real jazz? I'm gonna be real, fam. I have no clue which if this is real or not. Hang on, this image that they have in the background, it looks clanker-esque. I'm zooming in on the like text in the background. Cafe something. Hang on. Vanilla. Okay, wait. The text is like all right, it looks like. Hang on. Is this AI generated image? That doesn't mean the music is, but it definitely indicates it probably is. Clank investigating. Oh, hang on a second. Oh, wait. This text is definitely fucked up. This is... Dude, I'm sorry, man. The AIs are getting better because it has a lot of fully rendered words that look real. Before I got to the thing that's starting to break reality a little bit. Now that I look at it, there's like a Persian rug in the corner and the pattern's looking a little fucked up too. I think this might be clinker generated music. On one hand, I kind of hate it. On the other hand, I don't get copyright struck for it because you can't copyright AI music. Thanks to that monkey taking a selfie, there's a pretty strong chance, there's a pretty strong case against being able to copyright AI generated shit. Which is awesome. Because that means they cannot get anything out of making this. It's kind of good for this sort of context. Unfortunately, yeah, it is. Until I can get to the point where I can hire a musician to make music for me. You know, I was listening through, I can't remember what it was that got it in my head. Someone sent me a song that had music by Hot Dad in the background, and I was looking at his channel and I found out that apparently Brutal Moose hired him to make a song for an ad read. And I realized I gotta fucking ask this guy what his rates are. Because he might be in the budgetary confines of me being able to pay Hot Dad for a custom Ohio shape version. And then I can have a pure cover that isn't an AI generated slop. If he's doing commission work. I gotta see if he's even taking them. Because that would be awesome. I love Hot Dad. Yeah, I followed him for a long time. Because I used to follow him. He did a song with Frank Jabsey back when he was on, like, his heyday. And I loved Frank Jabsey. So I have a soft spot for old Hot Dad. Okay, hang on. I'm snipping some wires off here. He did a song with Vine Sauce too. I should see what he's willing to work with. He might also just do gigs for people that he likes, because he's a well-known individual. AI can't make song lyrics. I mean, yeah, all the good like funny AI songs are written by a human. And they're just performed by a robot. I haven't heard one that's generated the lyrics where the lyrics didn't sound dog shit. The main problem is that it can't get spicy in a way that's funny. Or like, and it can't sing about like relatable things in a way that doesn't just sound artificial. It's such a tell to tech bros too, because they get so fucking, they'll be like, no dude, this is actually like awesome. And then it's like, dude, what fucking music do you listen to? Neuro's originals are made by, well yeah, Neuro's stuff is written by a person. The thing that makes people misunderstand Neuro-sama a lot, and I think it's because the mythos makes it better. Believing that Neuro is an autonomous individual that's doing shit is more interesting than it being a curated experience that's human authored. But like a lot of the thing that makes Neuro good and all the other AI streamers bad is the fact that like it's human directed. Like it's got a human element to it. And the fact that like Beetle is like part of the experience. You make funny shit with AI music? Yeah, but I've never seen AI write lyrics that are funny. Things are changing fast, human author makes it good? Yeah. I have no... Toxic? You get tilted about this every time. It's actually crazy. This is like equivalent of, this is like if you work at a company and you're like, oh yeah, over here, you know, here's where one of my coworkers built this thing. It works like this. And then a guy who's like on tour, he's in like a high school group, and he's like, no, actually, I saw a YouTube video where they said some other guy did it. And is like, dog, I've talked to the guy that did it. I know how it goes. And you're like fact-checking me using sources that are more secondary. What are you going on, man? This sounds like Tox. Tox is funny. It's a really elaborate ventriloquist puppet? Yeah, that can generate, like, stuff on its own, but it's still being, like... The experience is being curated by a person. That's why it doesn't say shit that makes zero sense constantly. Because a lot of, if you try to talk to ChatGPT instances enough, no matter how spicy you try to, like, get them, they always try to, like, normalize out. They need a person sitting there that when it starts going off, they go, and they bump it back into shape. And it works. It's why it's funny. You mean it's still being prompted? It's being, like micromanaged a little bit. That's how it's good. That's how you make that kind of thing good. Only ChatGPT 2 was great. ChatGPT, the early ChatGPTs were, like, insane. Now they kind of just go too safe, if anything. They become less interesting. I straight up don't believe you. I also know someone who's made one of those and have access to the back end. It's okay. You probably know more than me. If that makes you happy. If that makes you happy, I'll say that you probably know more about it than I do. I don't want to tell... I'm not going to say how it works exactly, because that's kind of ruining the magic. But, like... I'm only saying stuff that he himself has said publicly, which is that... I don't know when the last time he was talking about the specifics of it were. Which is in the rough idea of, like, how it's directed. GPT-2 is why AI Dungeon was sexual. AI Dungeon was one of the funniest AI things ever. That was literally before AI became kind of boring, because it no longer went insane. This Tox guy is fun. I kind of like tormenting him, but he's He's the antagonizer of the stream. It's practically his job. He does now claim it'll run when he's asleep. It's better to not explain how the mechanical Turk works, right? It's more interesting if you think that the robot plays chess. Also, it is possible that how it works exactly has changed since the last time I've talked about it. Or the last time I've heard about it. It's not really important what the technical background is. It's all running instances of existing AIs. You yourself can build your own little AI guy that talks. Not too much of it is truly proprietary, but how you manage it and how you make it work and how you sell it and all that, that's where your skills as an entertainer are gonna come in. And that's what really matters. And that's why it's as good as it is. How do you know you're not an LMM? An LLM? I don't know. I guess I could be a robot in my brain. I don't know. I feel like a robot would not be allowing me to. A robot brain wouldn't allow me to put out the shit that I'm putting out on a regular basis. Not enough M-dashes? I love the M-dash thing. It was all because that person was like, when she texts back and it's got one of these motherfuckers in it, and then it like has a screenshot of an M-dash, and people started like... That like en masse caused more real people to start using proper M-dashes instead of shortcutting with a normal dash. Because they were like mad that was a tell, man. Beetle's good at it? Yeah, no, he's great at it. He's literally the only one that succeeded at this. Keep in mind, when Euro originally dropped, there were a lot of other AI-driven channels. They were mostly 24/7 running channels that ran completely free of intervention, just to farm aura and subs, mostly. And almost all of them fell apart. I don't know if there's any that are still really around. The way that he made his different is the fact that he proctored it and he updated it and he was a guy on the stream. It wasn't an autonomous robot free of all human interaction. He made himself a character in it. And he started what happens if it collabs with other people? What happens if it plays different games? And he keeps adding new games that they can play. And he keeps, like, plugging it into all these like, that's what made it special, is that he had this interaction that he built around it, and he built it to be entertaining, and he shaped it into, like, this image, to the point where it has mythos of, like, how smart it really is. The fact that right now people in chat are like, actually, it's really smart, and it's able to do all this stuff, and it actually is a completely... Like, the fact that you're debating that is proof that he has succeeded in a way that no other AI person has. They have sold he has sold the idea of it so well. It's so... And it's why it's entertaining. This makes me feel like a guy who worked on and made something based on what someone else made, and you have a guy come along Yeah, I talked to the creator. It works in a way that doesn't make sense at all. Trust me, by the way, I won't explain anything. Why are you, like, so bent about this? It's a well-made show, yeah. And it is using a really well-trained AI model. For sure. Getting it to that point, though, has taken fucking years. Keep in mind, real homies remember the original streams back before it blew up to the point where it is now, where they would randomly say shit that probably should have been filtered out. That was also with the earlier AI models. I don't know if it's still using GPT. I keep saying GPT, but I'm using it more in a general, like I don't know exactly what LMM it's using at this point. Hell, he might be fucking running it locally now. He's making, like, millions of dollars off of it, so he could afford a fucking, like, server. I don't know, because I haven't watched recent enough streams to hear him talk about any of the tech. As it's gone on, more and more also, he talks less and less about the tech, which is probably for the best, because it helps the mythos. It would help my own mythos if I didn't explain that the shit I do is not as impressive as it sometimes looks on stream. Dude, all the people on Twitter thought I was building a reactor in my basement that I was gonna, like, power my house off of. Then I gotta be on stream and be like, nah, son, that's not actually that impressive. It's actually, like, something a lot of hobbyists have done, but it really, like, dumbs down. You know, when you're doing something for the sake of entertainment, what you really want to do is build up mythos. Not really lying, but letting people, like, believe that something is crazier than it actually is. That's like what you do when you're trying to build something like that up. Honestly, if I wanted to be if I wanted to farm more content, I should just let you guys be wrong. Whenever you're like, whoa, you invented this, I should be like, huh, yeah, came up with it off the dome. You know, I built it using a rock. A little bit impressive, you know. Don't be sure to keep up. Show more power diagrams. Anyone that truly knows what I'm doing knows that I don't know that much about anything. Aye. It's part of the fun, though. Especially when you're streaming, you do have to kind of go along with the bit. I do it sometimes. Typically how I do it, typically the way that I do it a little bit differently, is I will tell you guys the truth, and I'll be like, actually, this was a bit, haha. But when I post it on YouTube, I don't tell the people on YouTube how it actually happened. So they are the ones getting fooled. They're the ones a little left more on the hook for it. Found you after all the YouTube makers. What's up? It's so obvious to me that safety is your #1 priority. Glad you think the fear in chat deserves comments. Trolling YouTube is funnier, too. It's not obvious from YouTube you use fake SIGs. I'll be real, I don't edit the YouTube videos, so I don't even know how obvious that is made. Here, I'm using the toilet lighter again. This thing kind of rocks for getting the heat shrink on these things. I'm using heat shrink because this won't... If I use electrical tape, it'll come undone, but this should stay sealed even when it's submerged in mineral oil. This is my second time joining a stream. Welcome in! We're being kind of chill today, but we're actually building, like, an incredibly dangerous transformer. This thing weighs, like, so much now. People don't actually watch YouTube, they just absorb it. So it doesn't matter if you tell them they're fake, they never notice. I mean, I did the SIG pack opening video, which I don't explicitly say is fake, but it's incredibly obvious that it's a bit. And, like, if you go on Google and you search Crown Prismatic, the Google search result is gonna be a lot of people trying to find where they can buy these cigarette packs. Oh my gosh, dude. It's so good. Yeah, literally the first one I pull, and it's edited in linear order. The first one I pull, I'm like, dude, it's an illustration, and it has what is very obviously a drawing that I drew on the thing and pinned. Oh, man. It's so obvious, but people still think it's real. It's... I'm not gonna correct them. That's fucking funny. Oh my gosh, dude. It's so good. That's one of the greatest bits I've ever pulled. Is Gamer Subs real? Yes. Using code UWU will give you 10% off. It's true. The funniest part about Toxic freaking out about about me saying that Neuro is AI guided is that for like several months straight, he apparently just DM'd Beetle random, like he like was using his DMs like a diary and just like writing random shit. So bro can't even fucking message him and ask any questions about it, because that dude has totally ignored that shit from day one. Does Gamer Subs contain my daily dose of mercury? Plutonium, you posted so many joke URLs in chat that it now has you marked as a suspicious user. When I was looking up the random domain names. Oh my gosh, dude. This is what happens when you unban people from the Discord. Tragic. I knew I should have kept him banned, man. It's because he's a sus user. Yeah, apparently. You know what else is real? No, don't fall for it, new guys. I don't want... Listen, man, you're gonna cause an innocent new chatter to get zapped. Oh, motherfucker. Even when I say it, they still fucking do it. The siren call of the feet command. You're linking cucking.min. Isn't that linked to Jabroni Mike's stream, or am I crazy? I always forget. I'm like, what's your URL again? Isn't it like gaysex.man or something? No, it's cucking.min. My condolences. I didn't get multiple people with that. That's fucked up. How do you get? You can't keep getting away with this. Now you got it, it is. Beatles AI kids are a work in progress. They're claiming a following, but it's only 2 to 3 years old. If it goes long enough, they're gonna be getting a little insane because just AI in general is getting better. I am kind of curious. I gotta ask him if I get the chance to talk to him again. I really am curious if he runs them local or if he's using like an API. I think he might be running like maybe it is a local model. But as I said, he doesn't want to. I don't think he wants to give out very many technical details. Not only does it kind of kill the magic, but it also. There's probably a lot of people that are trying to basically ape his shtick at this point. Not that that matters too much. I don't think anyone could possibly take his like position where he is. You can make another AI, but you can never make another. You can't make another Neuro. That's for damn sure. He said it's not local? Okay, it is running a service then. Sometimes I ask these things here because I'm like, maybe he said it on stream and I just haven't seen it. I don't watch very many Beatles streams these days. I have a lot of... I think that what he does is really cool. And I have a lot of respect for it, and I, like, love the tech setup of it. But I'm not watching it too often. It started as a bot to play Osu. Or is it, I think it's just pronounced Os. And it was using a default VTube Studio model. I like to loop 21 copper around both contacts on a 9V as a quick hand warmer when I need a burst for hand warming. I did that when I was a kid and it started smoking. I haven't done that in a while. Wish I could make a local server like Pewds. I have run... Dude, I've been playing around with this on my week off, actually. Is running a local chat bot. Can also rent some GPUs these days if you want to run it directly. That's true, but that's expensive. I don't know. I feel like, unless you're renting out one of those big, like... One of those ones that's loaded with, like, what is it, A7000s? I can't remember what the big AI GPUs are. You're probably not getting your money's worth. I'm not gonna rent a computer from someone else that's running, like, a 5090 when I could just buy a 5090. And then not be beholden to, like, server rack fees. Look at all those new AMD APUs for the LMMs. I hope that AMD gets up to speed on this, because otherwise NVIDIA is going to be, like, completely and totally unstoppable. ChatGod can be run on a computer from 1970. Yeah, it's not going to be run well, though. It's going to be run like ass. On stream, he sounds like Euro's already expensive. I mean, probably. With someone who gets the viewership of Beetle, though, is making a lot of money, so he can afford, like, a pretty expensive gig if he needs it. Obviously, you don't want to spend more than you have to. In 2025, we have Krog, Jet, GPT. Whoa, it's glitching out a little bit. Any unnamed others that don't know about, and these are infant AI. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. We'll see more improvements as time goes on. Where did I put all my zip ties? Looking for my zip ties right now. I feel like I packed them up or something. TAPUs can have more RAM. Yeah. Well, that's the thing is the GPUs that are made for processing AI stuff are like they're really good at it. Pack them for adventure to repair the chair cart. Oh. Alright, I gotta find out where those ended up. I got these two at least, which should be enough to lock in the side here. Looks like a creature. Mysterious creature getting up to mischief. We're in the Matrix, does that mean there's an infinite money glitch? I feel like if we were in the Matrix, that would be the least likely thing to exist. Have you ever built a railgun? Yeah, on stream, multiple times. Or sorry, I guess that's more of a... Nah, it is a railgun. But it did evaporate the stuff that I was trying to rail, so it was more blasting like molten metal out of the end. The fly step is a flyback transformer, yeah. G Fuel is shutting down? Wait, really? Damn, son. That's crazy. Anyway, use code UWU for 10% off your GamerSupps order. Because as far as I'm aware, they are still alive and kicking. Coil versus Railgun? I got some great news for you, bro. I've made both on this stream. Oh, baby. Look at this thing. They are shutting down? Hang on. Hang on, hang on. I'm looking this up. Because I wasn't sure if you guys were shitting or not. I was just using it as an opportunity to show my gamer fucks. I just called it gamer fucks instead of gamer subs. gfuel.com. G Fuel puts out a farewell message, but appears to be anticipation of its 2.0 formula. Oh, okay, it's a fake shutdown. I don't think they're actually shutting down. I think they're building hype by getting you posting about them. Gamer fucks? Yeah, get your gamer fucks code right now. On the road trip, y'all want to pop down to Utah, Colorado? Dog, that's not even like... That's not even kind of on the path. It's actually so not on the path that it's like crazy. Oh my gosh, dude. It's so off the path that it's insane. This gamer fucks hard. Yeah, just a little 5 hours would be a little generous, I think. I think it would be like a 1-day detour. if I'm being honest. Hang on a second. Hang on a second. Can I give subs in exchange for you to be my baby daddy? Nah, I don't think you could pay me enough. That sounds rude. That's not something I'm willing to accept trade for. You'd be amazed how many gamers fuck. I think you'll be more amazed by the day. What the fuck does that mean, dog? Is the route posted in the Discord anywhere? I showed it on stream earlier. But I'm not, like, gonna post an image of it yet. It'll be posted when I post the announcement tomorrow. Which I'll post on both YouTube and Twitter and Discord. I said both and then I listed 3. You know how it'll be on this earth. Some other time when you're traveling, you should check out the San Filippo Foundation near Chicago. Huge private collection of self-playing instruments. That's kind of awesome. Not gonna lie, you get me there. That's a pretty cool thing to check out. Hang on. I think I over tightened this shaft. Ugh. Hang on a second. Hey, maybe it only needed like 1 piece of tape, or maybe like half a piece of tape. That's it? Yeah, there we go. Okay, I think that's... Yeah. I think we're secured there. I still need to know, why not plop a spool on a core and call it a day? Oh, wait, you mean like... Hang on. Like just taking like the entire spool of wires, sticking it on the core? Well, you can do that, but splitting them up like this is a little bit better. It's a lot more efficient. Your mom has a shaft? I don't know if that joke is like as good as you think it is. It's like a self-owned type of bit here. Whoops. Hang on a second. On the way to Poo Poo Point, you might be near Leavenworth. It's a cute little Bavarian town that might be fun to walk through for a bit if you're not insanely busy. We'll see. By the time we're like near Poo Poo Point, I'll be a little more willing to like try out random shit because I'll be closer to my destination. Should hold that a little more in alignment. I don't really want the coil flopping around. On Google Maps, it shows there's a nudist colony near Poo Poo Point. You might want to be on the lookout. I don't think I'm gonna be on the lookout for that, dog. I'm not gonna actively seek out the nudist colony. Second, we gotta start setting this in its main container here. Oh, I really need more. I'm gonna have to tie this shit down. I'm gonna have to tie this shit down with twine. Hang on a second, I gotta piss again. Give me a second. The hard cut of I get knocked down, but I get up again to the smooth jazz. It's excellent. So it's an excellent juxtaposition for sure. And this will run up out of the top. Oh shit, cool the coil with piss. Now, I don't think I'm gonna do that. I don't think so, little bro. I don't think it's gonna go down like that. Hang on. Time to twine this shit down. You know, I think I'm feeling something that I don't think I've ever felt in my entire life. And you know what it is? I think I feel bad for trolling Toxic a little too hard. Legitimately, it's an emotion that I did not think I was capable of feeling. I can tell you that right now. I think I might have trolled him a little too hard. I ran his ass off. No, you don't. You try to... How fucking delayed is the chat, man? It's been like 30 minutes. No, you don't feel bad? He's gone now? I'm gonna tell you a little... Okay, listen. He's gone now, so I'm gonna let you guys in on something. Because I don't think he's gonna be here to hear it. Here's why I feel bad. This whole thing started ages ago. Because he brought something up. He was gassing AI a little bit. For people who weren't here like 15 minutes ago, we were talking about VOD. He was gassing VOD up a while ago, and I said, oh yeah, and I mentioned the thing offhand where I was like, oh yeah, it's cool because he has like a user like he like proctors it really closely and whatever. And what I meant by that is that he like watches it real carefully and makes sure like he's constantly tuning the model and keeps everything in check. But Toxic took it to mean that he's like actively prompting it constantly. And I have kept this up every time he's brought it up ever since. And in response, whenever he's like insistent that it's not true, I always say, look, dude, you don't get it. I literally met the guy. Which is true. I have met him. He's a nice dude. He didn't tell me shit about how his AI worked, because I was drunk and we were talking about, like, being science and tech streamers or whatever. We were talking about random other streaming stuff. I don't know how his thing works. I have been leading on Toxic for the last... I mean, I guess I have a loose idea because he used to talk about it on stream. But I don't know any more than, like, the average Joe for what it's worth. I have been leading this guy on for months, and I think he actually got so mad he left. I think he fucking logged out because oh my gosh, dude. He's gonna watch. He's not. I don't think he's gonna watch the VOD. Don't you fucker snitch. If he brings it up again, I'm gonna play up like I know everything. You edged him to anger? If I start getting a bunch of angry swarm members in my chat who are like trying to disprove me, I'm gonna be a little tilted, but I also kind of ask for it because I'm the one that instigated him to being pissed off. He's rage gooning right now. Oh, it's so funny. He literally trolls me all the fucking time. Just tell him you're gaslighting us. I gotta hit him with that one. You're the only one who met the guy, so of course you know. It would be very awkward to go up to a guy whose entire, like, bit is based around some technology he made and ask him how it works. Oh my gosh. I can't even remember how it started, but it's so funny. He's ignoring me. Fuck! I thought you were gone, you fuck. You were supposed to not find this shit out. Why are you still here? He heard everything. I need to like erase his memory with the damn light with the damn light from Men in Black. I can't remember what it's called. Listen, the trolling deserved is, I think it's well warranted. But man, you know, I am a little biased. And by a little biased, I mean incredibly biased. Toxic already knew because you keep making up bullshit. Okay, making up bullshit because it's funny is different than making up bullshit specifically to fool Toxic, though. Give me a little bit of credit, okay? It's the neutralizer. That's it. That's it. Shit, well now that I know he's here, he's gonna think he's gonna gas himself up a little too much. Streamer caught having empathy? No, I didn't have empathy. I thought he was gonna try to get a bunch of Neuro fans mad at me. He's already responsible for like the HoloLive subreddit writing a hate thread about me back in December. His ass would be 2 for 2 at getting annoying fan bases on my ass. The best part about gaslighting is when you convince yourself. It is a top bit for sure. Wait, what? Oh, you weren't here for that one? You weren't here for that one? Yeah, I was watching the VTuber Awards on stream because I was nominated for one of the categories. And all the categories that had someone that I knew or was friends with in them, I would cheer when they were gonna win, and I would boo when some person from HoloLive was gonna win. And the HoloLive fans got really mad about that. How dare you? How dare you want your friends to win instead of corporate interests? How fucking dare you? For what it's worth, I probably shouldn't have gone so hard on being a bit of an asshole about it. But I was literally doing it because I wanted my friends to win instead. Or, like, the smaller, like, indies to win. I still see people seething about it on Twitter. You fucking... Oh, man. Every time. It was funny. It was funny, but I don't intend to piss off random fans for no reason. Big VTube is the scourge of content. I don't know about that. Everyone, for what it's worth, even to give HoloLive members some credit, everyone who's in HoloLive is talented. You kind of have to be. You have to be a good entertainer for the biggest VTubing corpo on the planet to take you. I should say the most reputable. I don't know if it's technically the biggest. But it's definitely, it's the one that people, like, dream about getting in. And they are so big that they can basically take or deny anyone they want. So it is a big deal to get in. But I'm not gonna, like... I'm not gonna be like... Oh, yay! In the popularity contest, the most popular person won. Yay! I'm gonna be like, no, I wanted my guy to win. Come on, man. Yeah, the cringe is how some of the fans act. It's not the VTubers themselves. I just realized Nightbot is now labeled as a robot by Twitch. Everyone wants to be part of them until you learn about the backstage. That's literally every VTuber company. There's no corpo in existence as all sunshine and rainbows. Some are better than others, but there's none that's like, this is like the good guys and these other ones are like the horrible ones. A lot of it's kind of a mixed bag. Not an entertainer's fault they're popular. Yeah? I mean, hell, man. If you get, like, too popular, it becomes fucking impossible to do or say anything. If you see a lot of what the girls in these big corpos have to deal with, they can't even make, like, a joke with their friends. Or they get fucking lit up by people who think there's, like, drama. It's gotta be the most annoying thing ever. Hang on, I'm looking for a, I'm getting some sandpaper to sand down this enamel wire. A buddy of mine got HoloLive shares. Okay, wait, actually, how do you do that? It's on the Japanese stock market. Also, if I find out how to get HoloLive shares, you bet your ass I'm gambling on the VTuber market every time I hear rumor of a graduation, my ass is selling options or buying options. You can buy shares on foreign exchanges, but there's transaction fees. Sorry, I don't want to buy shares. I want to buy puts. I want to buy options against the company so that when a talent graduates and the stock price plummets by 10%, I make a gazillion dollars. I don't want just plain old shares. I want options trading, which is probably a little harder to come by. I don't know how popular that is in Japan. Your announcement was the best one. Dude, she posted a video with a white background and it looked sad. And the stock price literally didn't go down until the announcement was made. That was the easiest prediction call of all time. If I could have bought calls against it if I could have logged into Robinhood and bought puts against HoloLive stock, I would have dropped 10G on that shit. That would have been the easiest money of my life. Buy puts like 3 or 4 months out, we'd be in the money instantly, and I know it. How much of this counts as insider trading? Because I know when shit's gonna happen typically before it happens. But like, I feel like if you're buying stocks because you hear through the grapevine that someone's about to leave, I feel like that's probably punishable. I don't know, man. Politicians do this shit all the time. If Pelosi can do it, I should be able to do it to VTubers. Imagine getting busted by the SEC for VTuber fraud. That'd be fucked up. They got better stuff to go after. If you told something not in the public, then yeah, you can get in trouble if they can prove it. Okay, but how are they gonna prove it? How are they gonna prove it? Oh, this one person said that this other person said that this other person who's a friend of this person said they were gonna leave? How are they tracking that shit down, man? I guess they could be like, why the fuck did you suddenly decide to open a Japanese stock trading account so that you could be one of the only people to trade options on this random ass stock? Discord logs? You gotta get that shit in the call. It's the only way. I will snitch for $10. You're a fucking bastard, man. You're a fucking bitch. SEC gonna subpoena DMs? That'd be fucked up. They should not. No, they can't do it, dude. They're gonna get my ass. I'm just using 2 short lengths of wire. Technically, this is not insulated enough. This wire isn't for the high voltage coming across this, but this is all going to be submerged in oil, so it should be insulated enough with that. Financially, is it a good idea to put some puts on this transformer exploding? You motherfucker. Don't be trying to pit against me, you bastard. You frying food in a transformer? You know that, like, the big transformers on the power poles are packed in oil, right? It's pretty cool. As a Canadian, it's my job to apologize for everything. I think that maybe one of the greatest psyops Canada has ever pulled is convincing everyone that they're nice and apologetic. I think it's all a ploy. Those leaves are up to something, man. For what it's worth, I rage quit because my stupid printer just randomly failed and I need this adapter bit for this photo I need to wake up at 4 a.m. to take tomorrow. My condolences, sorry, not electrical. That would be a different problem entirely. Mechanical engineer, my condolences. I understand the pain you're having to deal with. What happened if you threw olive oil in it? I am no expert. I'm pretty sure olive oil is not as insulating as mineral oil. But maybe I'm wrong. I need a conductivity check olive oil. Hey, if this high voltage supply works, I'll be able to conductivity check a lot of things by just seeing if it fucking arcs out of it. There's a lot of stuff. You run low voltage through it, and you're like, yeah, it's insulating. Then you hit it with 50,000 volts. Suddenly, not so insulating anymore. Crazy how that works. That box shares a common ancestor with the grates for Tupperware with the... Or wait, the grates for vegetables with the mesh on the bottom. I like this because it's going to let the oil really flow up through everything. I bought an entire extra gallon of mineral oil because I feel like I'm going to go through all my mineral oils setting this. Hopefully not. This shit's kind of expensive. Can it be used to zap things for no reason? Yeah, it should. This will be useful for more than just the Fusion Reactor. Fusion Reactor is just why I need it working within a certain spec, but like, having a big high voltage variable power supply is pretty useful in general. Uh-oh, I think that's too skinny. It's not gonna fit. Shit. Hang on. Do I have any slightly wider heat shrink? I need to get more heat shrink, man. I'm running out of the sizes that I use all the time. It'll be nice for his sex parties. Look, man, I don't know what Diddy was doing with the oil. I'm not on a high enough pervert level to be aware of that. Who's that guy recently that was like, I'm gonna reveal the real secret? All your favorite Atlanta rappers are actually gay and they're all fucking each other. Someone said that like a few days ago. Which is a crazy fact to drop. Saying Diddy made me think of this. Sorry. $50 kilovolts? Yeah, baby. What a silly lighter. Dude, I love the toilet lighter. This shit is coming clutch. I keep using it to seal the heat shrink on stuff. It's so good. It's so good for that. What if Diddy was just building the slab machine? What does that mean? What do you fucking mean, man? What is the slab machine? Alright, hang on a second. I'm getting, okay. Oh, shit. Hang on a second. One second. Oh, wait. Good. Nothing expensive fell, but I almost knocked my Fusion Reactor on the floor. That would have not been so good if that had happened. Alright, hang on a second. We need an emote for far away yelling. I do it a lot, don't I? Maybe we do. Alright. There were some issues with this build. This is the old enclosure I had. Some would say there were many issues with this build. One of which maybe being the fact that the case is metal, but it's all grounded properly, so it should have been fine. The main problem here is... Hang on, wait. How? Oh, wait. No. This is soldered into this. Oh my gosh. Okay, hang on a second. I gotta unscrew... Glad I haven't filled this with mineral oil, so we aren't gonna have quite... Alright, this is a 1 giga-ohm resistor. This is what I'm using to read the meter correctly. And this is going through this... which has a diode in it. Let's see. Push this through the other side. The giga ohm. Yeah. Alright, here's our big Cockcroft-Walton multiplier. I am wondering if I'm given too easy of a path to arc even through the mineral oil. Dripping oil everywhere, so hang on a second. Put this upside down, over here. Hang on. Yeah! Glad I got the, what's the oil for? Keeps everything from arcing. Once you start dealing with a high voltage, you start having to deal with a lot of weird problems, I'll say. namely related to it arcing between itself. Alright, you know what? I can just melt the solder and pull the wires out. I feel like that's probably gonna be fine. Smoking like crazy because the mineral oil's burning. Oh no, don't dip you in mineral oil too. Yeah, you fuck. Okay. This is what I wanted. It's a high voltage contactor. I'd like this to come out of the top so it can plug other shit into it. I forgot to mention earlier, I'm banned from the Neuro Discord for making fun of the mods too often. Brother, you gotta thank your lucky stars that I'm a generous man. The amount of places you're banned from for being mildly annoying is increasingly high. This is one of the only communities that you're on the edge. You're not quite sinister enough to get fully banned from. But you constantly make me question that decision, you know? Alright, hang on a second. I gotta unstick. Okay, so we're gonna be rebuilding kind of how we have this thing built, which means taking out this oily container, which I've taped to the bottom. I got some news for you, bro. I'm gonna be taping the other one to the bottom, too, because I'm not gonna be drilling a mounting hole and risking it leaking around a seal or anything. Alright. Some mineral oil. You know what? I'm gonna put this over here. I'll add this to the big container later. Just, you know, to not waste any oil. Because this shit ain't cheap. It's not expensive either, but it's not cheap. The entire mod team from 2022 and early 2023 knows who I am, but they also stopped being mods. Oh my gosh, dude. I am going to be resoldering this to not be on a board. Also, I need to check these diodes, because when this arced, I think it fucked something up, and I got to make sure that it didn't... Before I submerge it in oil, it's probably a good idea to make sure that I didn't completely fuck this up. Can I even, like, fit this in? Holy shit, that's heavy. Can I even fit this in here? Not really. Not really. Alright, so it's gonna be this box, and then this is gonna have a cable going out to this box, and then that's gonna actually have the output. Fantastic. Making it sound like he's wanted by Interpol? You might as well be. Remember Mace Windu blocked one of the arcs? True, that's why this step-up board still works. Yeah, I'm not gonna be putting everything in the oil box. I am debating, should I put the meter in the oil box? This guy. This guy that shows how many kilovolts it is? Maybe. This has, what is this, a 10-turn potentiometer? I feel like it's gotten some oil in it, because it's squeaking. Oh, well, without all this shit in here, you know, I can shove this fully inside the box. That's gonna save some space. It can go right here. And go here instead of having to be crammed around the edge, and then the ZVS driver can go here. And then, everything else can leave the box and go to this one. Because apparently this power supply is significantly... Oil mess with it? Well, the entire idea of the oil is that it shouldn't mess with anything. The oil should be completely neutral and shouldn't fuck with anything. This is what got me perma'd? Alright, hang on a second. You just posted a picture of Ted Kaczynski? This is this is some weak shit. Completely understand. I guess if it's like in a way that feels threatening. You did, I'm not gonna lie. You did drop something to a green leaf in my Discord that almost got you banned from the Discord. But I think I said never fucking do that again, and you haven't done it anymore. So, you know, you're on a one-strike policy in there right now. I can't be risking getting my Discord shut down. He was real for that? Gotta love what it's a reply to. Oh wait, hang on. What was it a reply to? Greenleaf's trial by fire? Who needs to know how to... Ah, I see. Didn't the meter get blown? You're right. But guess what should be on the porch right now? Give me a second. Give me a second, I'll be right back. Only disadvantage with this one is that it cost 1/4 of the price to buy one that said microamp instead of kilovolt. But it is the same scale because I'm feeding into it with a gigohm resistor. Alright, there we go. There we go. New meter acquired. It's literally the same exact meter. I said, this one just says microamp instead of, this one says kilovolt, but it's the same exact one. I just dropped it on the floor. Hope I didn't fucking break it. Are you fucking... Did I just break my meter? Well, now it's showing 10 microamp. Motherfucker, did I just drop and break the damn meter? Are you fucking kidding me, man? I think I might have bent the needle a little bit when I dropped it. You had it to... I literally took it out of the package, fumbled it, dropped it on the floor, and it's fucking over now. I think it was damaged in shipping. Yeah, why do they keep damaging this shit in shipping, bro? Are you kidding me, man? Dude, come on, man. Alright, hang on a second. Put this over here. I still need to check the output to make sure it's not gonna fry my ass. It was shipped from the desk to the floor. I literally pulled it out of the... I went down, got it off the porch, pulled it out of the package, fumbled it out of my hand, and dropped it on the floor. Oh my gosh, dude. I'll tell you what, instead of unsoldering this entire thing, I'm just gonna cut it off halfway through the ladder. And then pull the voltage from it. Is the aggregator even active? The aggregator for what? Subs? Not right now. We'll turn it on during the, I'll turn it on during the road trip part, because that's kind of subathon adjacent. But even then, we're not adding more goals or anything. It's just mostly going to be there for fun. What are you guys arguing about AI? Stop! The humor aggregator. Oh, hang on. Let me reset it. I don't think it's on right now. Maybe it's on. I reset it just now, and I don't think it said humor aggregator active. Uh-oh. I might need to check the power supply on that. I'm not going to do it right now, though, because I'm kind of in the middle of something. I'm in the middle of a little something. Don't know if you noticed. Oh no, bro, it's not working. And you guys are even spamming +2s. If it was -2s, I'd at least be like, alright. I made a good decision, but here I can't even do that. Alright, that breaks the circuit. Makes it not continue the multiplier up the chain, but if we want it returned, because I don't know, maybe we will here. I'll be able to drop it back in and get it multiplying again. Right now, we're going to end the chain right here. Which I'll tie this to. Hello, I am initiating the 30-minute trial period to see if I will follow you. Be funny, good luck, and hopefully you enjoy my gracious royal follow. Bisc, I know you're already following. If someone came in here and, like, dropped that unironically, the temptation to insta-ban them would be so high. I don't think they'd be doing it to be a menace, but, like, just know the temptation to ban would be, like, it'd be incalculably high. Type feet, you will get. Stop! You're gonna do it again, man. Someone post the Harbor Freight copy pasta. By liking this post, you agree to fuck all Harbor Freight employees. That's not the Harbor Freight copy pasta. I'm joshing you. It's presumably it's the like this post if you shit in a bucket at Harbor Freight or whatever the fuck it is. Another one bill bites the dust. When will they learn, man? When will they learn? At some point it is a gullibility test. The first few times people tried to get him with the feet command trick, I was like, I'm not gonna tell him, because it's kind of funny. But then eventually I started feeling bad, and now I've learned that even when I tell them, they still get got, man. They still get caught. The fucking Meat Mountain trip is the fastest time you guys... That's like the fastest moment to copy pasta that I think you guys have ever managed. It's truly psychotic, for sure. Alright. You know, we got all the pieces here. Half of a Cockriff Walton. This guy. Honestly, maybe I should have this. Well, hang on. Maybe I should cut the heat shrink tubing off this so I can make sure it's actually... The feet command is approaching the Discord bot honeypot I think Fred was running. Wait, which Fred? Freddy Fatnuts? Also, RIP, Fred has quit streaming. It's so sad. I think his YouTube people were getting mad at him, though. Because they were like, how dare you be streaming? You should be making more video. And he had to make the executive decision of, I guess I'm gonna make videos because that's more important. But he was a fun little streamer. I'd call him a fun little streamer is maybe a little demeaning sounding. He's a good dude. Why couldn't the McDonald's staff be as happy as the Arby's staff? What, when I got the Movie Bob challenge versus when I got the Meat Mountain? Dude, when I got the Meat Mountain, they were actively, like, excited that someone got it. They're like, oh, you don't know what you're getting into, do ya? They were excited to see a man fall. Hey, big man, my proto board. You know what? I'm not reading that. I think that's a fucking. I think that's a questionable copy pasta. Can I check a diode with my continuity tester, or is it not gonna? Is it not gonna check it proper? Maybe if I do it the. I wish I had a diode tester on here. I just want to check to see if... I mean, I guess the way you do it is you see if there's voltage on the... You connect voltage and see if there's voltage on the end. Hang on a second. Okay, hang on. Oh no! My new AirPods! Scheisse! They're 13. 2 volts? What kind of fucking voltage drop is that, man? It drops to 2 volts? Am I crazy? Alright, it looks like it's like 10 volts of voltage drop. I mean, I guess it is like a several thousand volt. Drops the voltage to about half. It's also running through 2 of them. Huh. Quite a bit more than the 0.7. Yeah, I'm not really sure why it's doing that. I am running it through 2 consecutive diodes, though. I got my AI hate shirt a few weeks ago. Everyone thinks it's dope. They're jealous they can't get one. They're still for sale because of the road trip. They won't be off the market until after the road trip. But you know, don't let me ruin your exclusivity here. Actually, hang on. I'm being crazy here. I could, through a 1 giga-ohm resistor, we could easily, like... That shouldn't smoke it at all. Wait, that doesn't tell me anything, actually? That actually doesn't tell me shit. Just woke up, I guess I missed a lot. You missed the winding of this Giga Transformer. All this time. I knew it was gonna take a whole ass stream. We're fucking 5 hours in. Are you kidding me, dog? Alright. I think that this is in good working order. This should flow from here to ground. Current flows from positive to ground. So it should flow from ground to negative. So these diodes are actually the wrong way around for that. How do I wire these things in? What the hell? Well, hang on. I guess I can just wire this here and then have this be the lead. I don't have to do all this rigmarole. And as long as this doesn't touch anything in the oil, it should be fine. We shouldn't be getting in oil arcing. I don't think we're going to be pulling enough voltage to get the thing arcing through the oil. That'd be a little crazy. Oh no, we might be capable of it. We'll see. We'll see. This should be a little more restrained. Hey, ooh, this is an ego check reminder that you're a clown for other people online? What the fuck are you talking about? I already know that. I know my job description. I'm not one of those esports guys that labors under the disillusion that I'm like some great gift to society. I fucking know what I am. But damn it if I'm not gonna be a good clown. Alright, here's the GigaOhm output. Who thinks the guy who makes Toilet Hot Pot had an ego? You know what's crazy is you guys remember the Toilet Hot Pot much better than I do. I always forget that I did it. Because to me, to you, that was the grossest thing you've ever seen. To me, it was just a Tuesday. Like, I don't rank that up there with one of the craziest projects I've done, but clearly my reputation precedes me, because I think you guys do. Because it gets brought up a lot. I think it's one of the most brought up, it's one of the most brought up projects of all time, maybe? Bro's living the crazy dream. Street Fighter movie reference. It proceeds like it's a quote that outlives its source material. I've heard the quote a lot before I ever knew that it was a Street Fighter movie reference. Which, you know, it's gotta say something for sure. This is like the open end. I kind of just want to see if I get anything on this ammeter. The needle is going back to normal. Excellent. After I fucking broke it again. You get the vibe of a scientist who was fired from NASA for almost making anime cat girls real. You know, earlier I said that a big part about building yourself as a streamer is the mythos. See, I gotta start trying to convince people that that's true. Alright, and then I just need this grounded to this case. I just realized the 1 month sub badge was ooh-woo. I thought it was a shake weight. You thought my sub badge was a shake weight? I guess there's weirder out there. Oh no, bro. Oh no, bro. Here, I'm gonna use this lesser ZVS driver for the initial test because I don't really trust plugging this into everything, and I'm gonna drive it off of my power supply. It looks like a shake weight on mobile. The things I never realized. It's not a shake weight. There's no way it looked that universally like a shake weight. It's just a little thing that says ooh, which I should probably change. Hang on. Hang on, wait a second. I commissioned new sub badges. Like a whole set of them. And paid for them. It's by the same guy that did my alerts. Wherever they are. Here? They're not going right now, I don't think. Yeah, no, they're not. Like the little pixel art. How long ago? How long have I had the alerts? That long ago. I think it was like the end of 2023. Or yeah, no, I think it was like over a year ago. I think it was like a year and a half ago. Hang on, wait. Wait. I swear, did he? No, you guys are saying scammed, but I'm thinking that maybe he gave me sub badges and I didn't see them. Hang on. I'm scrolling back. I'm scrolling back my messages right now. Where did he deliver these? I know I paid for them. I know I paid for them. Fuck, man. When did I, when was this? This guy, is he one of those artists that deleted his, Twitter in, like, protest? God, I'm really scrolling back. I don't think he did. Hang on. What was his name? What did he go by? Just got recommended this stream. Why does this remind me of stuff I found at work? We're building crazy shit here. Hang on, though. I'm going on a side quest right now. I swear I commissioned these. Fuck, what's his name? It was like... Oh, fuck, dude. Fuck. It was like Yori or something. Shit. Alright, hang on. Scroll me back again. It's gotta be in here. It's gotta be in... It's gotta be in the backlogs. I know. Alright, not this guy. Shit. Hang on. I'm going... Sorry, I have to go further back. Who is this? Who is this? Oh no, it's not this guy. Hang on. I'm sorry, I gotta know, man. I know that I DM'd him on Twitter too. Fuck, dude. Why'd all these fucking artists delete their Twitters and now I don't have their fucking history anymore? Wait, is this him? Oh my gosh, this is when they asked me if I wanted to partner with Gamer Subs. I've gone back too far. Shit. I think he deleted his Twitter. Damn it! I know! Because of Musk? Yeah, now he's on the unfunny Twitter. Sorry, I actually, you know, I have high... I hold out hope that Blue Sky one day will be good. Because I hate Twitter. And it would be really nice to be able to switch to Blue Sky. His name's like Yogi or something? Yoli? Fuck, I can't remember what his name is. That's what's killing me. Scroll down and found there's info in case of emergency. What is broke? Alright, hang on. Let me show you what the version 1 of this thing did, bro. This was the original one. It got fried because the power arced across in open air. You actually showed up right at the more exciting time when we're about to test this. This was a more chill stream than usual. If you're curious what we get up to, though, check out the YouTube. There's a lot more to find there, is basically what I'm saying. Alright, look, I'll look for that guy later. Fuck, man, what was his username? He made great alerts. I'd kind of like to hire him again. But I'm pretty sure I pay... You know what? I can actually find him on PayPal, because I paid him. I just can't remember what his name is. I do hope that one day Blue Sky is good. Unfortunately, the people there are like some of the most annoying people from Twitter. It was all of one type of an annoying person from Twitter. The other type of annoying person, rest assured, is still on Twitter. And unfortunately, they're more concentrated now because they're not balanced out by the other type. Unfortunately. Oh, motherfucker. Okay. Alright, you go into where you're gonna be submersed. You hang out here where I can tape you to... Well, you can't hang out there because it's gonna get spicy. If I got recommended this, then Twitch clearly thinks it's ideal content. Bless up. Glad the Twitch recommendation system is doing me favors. Here, I can't power this completely up or it's gonna free arc and ruin my entire damn day. Yeah, and unfortunately, we all need to be on the same ground so that this can actually read. Hang on a second. First, let's get this guy screwed in. This is what's going to give me an idea of how many kilovolts we're actually able to put out, which is important for my fusion reactor. Because knowing what things I can dial in, very useful. Some would say mandatory, but I've done without it before, so it can't be that mandatory. Being able to power like an X-ray blaster off of this would also be pretty nice, but I don't really need the dial-in capabilities for that. You can kind of just freeball those, as crazy as it is. And then this can be, I don't know, maybe taped on here. Fusion reactor? Yeah, that's what this is for, is my fusion reactor. Here, I'll show you it here in a second. It looks cool as hell. I don't really have the camera set up, though, because I haven't moved. I need to, you know, you'd think in like a week off after the subathon, I'd have time to clean up. Time? Yes. Did I do it? We'll talk about that later. hate trying to, like, when you're trying to get something jerry-rigged just so you can just see if it works before you bolt it all together and make it pretty, but it's not wanting to maintain its jerry-riggedness, but it's, like, basically there, but it's not quite there. Like, what it's doing right now, man. Hold up, man. Just tape yourself there. You don't need to do anything stupid. Just hold there, okay? Stop falling. Stop fucking falling. Oh, you piece of shit. Hold. Hold. I know you're fighting it with every ounce of being. Just hold. Hold in place. So I can make sure this shit works before I start committing to doing crazier shit. And now I'm also realizing that to make the meter work, it has to be grounded, which means I can't be running this off the power. I have to be running it off a much larger power supply. Oh, fuck off. Is it even worth it? Is it even worth it, dude? I can't see it when it's tilted down like that. Okay, I can see it if it's there. Hold there. Hold. Fucking hold. Alright, you go here. This fold down this way. This go here. This go here. I'm trying to avoid arcs even once we flood it. Okay. Let's see how much mineral oil it's gonna take to fill this boy up. Probably a lot. Maybe even an entire gallon. We'll see. This one has like random pieces of glue and shit because it's where. Alright, that didn't even fill the. Glad I bought extra. I feel like I'm gonna end up needing it. Let's, oh yeah, fuck man. Let's go through all of it. This thing's gonna weigh. It's gonna weigh so much when it's fully built. When it's fully filled, this isn't even like a drop in the bucket, man. Literally. Alright, now the sludge is rising. I'm very glad I bought more. This is not gonna fill it all the way. Holy shit, dude. It's not even gonna do it. I'm gonna have this massive tub. More mineral oil. I have this massive tub of mineral oil. The sludge. This shit's like 30 bucks a gallon, too. It's not too cheap. Not expensive. Not compared to the cost of the rest of the fusion reactor, but for my normal projects, I don't like using it because it's expensive. I guess I paid like that much for like a liter of vacuum oil, so I shouldn't be complaining too much. Ah, shit, stop fucking splashing everywhere, dude. I need to cover the coils on the top of this transformer and then we're good. Good God. It's filled to the fucking brim, man. Air bubble's gonna mess thing up. Yeah, I realized that a long time ago. That's why when I initially did this, I ran it through a ultrasonic cleaner to shake all the air bubbles out. But unfortunately, we're not gonna have that luxury because I don't have anything capable of shaking this or vacuuming it. It's too damn big. The name of your art. That is not the artist, Zastev. Also, I think that maybe you gotta realize that my art creation section is massively out of date, which is why I didn't simply look there. You could not be more wrong, though. Oil me up. This is technically the Diddy oil. I got some bad news for y'all. Here, you know what? I'll let it soak in a bit on its own. it not soaking in is going to cause some problems for sure. When people attempted to pull off immersion cooling, they noticed the plastics on the Mobo went brittle. You have a random orbital sander. I don't, but I see what you're doing. I just don't have anything like that. And really, you need it to be the ultrasonic, unfortunately. Now, maybe I could lay this thing on top of the ultrasonic cleaner, and that would maybe do something. But I don't know. I kind of doubt it. Maybe also, I could drill a hole in the lid, fit a vacuum nozzle, and pull a vacuum on the case. It's a possibility. It's not the worst idea ever. I'm glad I taped this to it before filling it with oil. I didn't realize it was literally gonna submerge the tape. I didn't realize it was gonna do a lot of what it did. If I get arcing on this thing, I don't fucking know what I'm gonna do, dude. What the hell do I do then, man? Do. Alright. This is on the lowest possible setting over here. Okay. I'm gonna test this off my lab supply. Let me get prepped, because I don't want to fry it, and I don't want to blow up my lab supply either. My lab supply actually has a little thing for grounding, so let's go ahead and leverage that. I really don't want this to arc to something. Move it a little over here so it doesn't arc to that. Find an easy path to ground. That'd be preferred. And then, because this doesn't go as low as the lab supply can go, that's the main difference. The lab supply can go down to, the lab supply can go down to 12 volts, which is the minimum the ZVS driver runs at. This supply can only go down to 24, so this is meant to run a little hotter. And I don't really want to run that hot. I also don't want to run with hot AC in this. Let's just run with something a little more predictable, you know? I'll connect the ground cable of my power supply to the grounding of this case for safety purposes, and also I need it to work for this. Alright, what we're hoping to see here is this meter jump up a little bit, and no sparks or arcing or anything of the sort. We want to avoid that at all costs. That's the idea. Hopefully I didn't break this thing when I dropped it earlier. Let's put on our safety glasses. Put on some gloves. I'm just gonna touch it. We're gonna hope that there's not a bubble that's gonna ruin our entire day. Okay? Let's actually maybe turn off the overhead light so that if there's a spark, you guys can see it. Alright, ready? Safety squints on. Not touching any of this. Ready? Set. There's definitely some currents being pushed. But I don't see anything on the meter. You can see the mineral oil move around, though. Okay, well then there's your other vibe check. The oil's bubbling. Yeah, I'm a little worried that there's an internal arc somewhere. You could also try, okay, let's do a higher voltage. 20 volts on the primary. Ooh. That's not so hot. I heard it, like, actively do some shit. What the fuck was that? It's off right now. What the fuck was that? Did you see that? Did you see that when I plugged it in? The oil moved. Wait, is it still moving? It's still moving. All right, hang on. I'm gonna turn this on because actually you guys can see it better when it's like this. What the fuck is going on? Hit it with 16. Look. You can see it like moving around. Look. You can see that, right? Shouldn't it move? I mean, there's electromagnetic fields at play here, but I don't think the oil should be moving. Maybe I've, It's wiggling. We could also set up a, the weird thing is that it looks like it's still moving even after it's stopped, but that might just be the viscosity of the oil. Hang on. Let's plug in something to the output here. I don't know what levels we're even seeing. I don't know what levels we're even seeing. You're moving your... It's not moving the desk. It's not moving the desk, okay? You gotta trust me on that. These gloves are not really... These are welding gloves. These aren't really well suited for this purpose. Basically, I'm just seeing if the thing's gonna arc. And no, it doesn't arc. It's not arcing at all. I wonder if my my Cockriff Walton is fried. Also, this shit's sagging again, motherfucker. Oh, hey, Raiders. Welcome in, Ham. How's it going? Back in the mines again. Computer, pull up a picture of the bird stuck in the cage, but there's only 2 bars, but he's holding on like he can't get out. The problem is you need to put a smaller reactor inside. Shut the fuck up. Oh, why is this not working right? Is it not able to put out enough current on this coil? I do wonder that, because it's a pretty big gap in between the two. Maybe the thing just needs to sit longer and it's doing some, like, internal arcing. You know what I never tested? Continuity. Might be dangerous now. That capacitor might be loaded. Well, hang on. The output of the capacitor should be here. If that doesn't discharge them, I don't know what will. The thing's going okay. They're going alright. But we're not really getting the output results that I'm after here. I don't know, man. Maybe the ZVS isn't the play. Maybe I need to step the fuck up on this flyback transformer, dude. Is the black wire supposed to attach to something? You're talking about this one in here? It is attaching to something. It's attaching to this magnet wire. You just can't see it because it's really thin. See? This thin wire here. The other one is also connected to a magnet wire that you probably can't see because it's really thin. What I'm afraid is that the motion in the mineral oil is due to the coil arcing somewhere, which is what I would prefer to not be happening here. Here, let's not have this free balling off the end. Should be discharged now. There we go. And maybe I just broke this meter. It is possible it's just simply not working anymore, which would suck. Wouldn't be the first time that I've broke a meter, though. Hang on. Turn the power up again. Let's see if we can make it do something funny. Turn this shit to 30 volts. Whoa! Okay, well now I see where the problem lies. Good news, it is generating voltage. It's arcing through the oil on the Cockcraft Walton. Did you guys see that? That was crazy. That's wild. Huh. You know, I feel like the reason why the meter isn't picking up is because the path to ground isn't synced correctly. That's kind of crazy work, though. Do we see an arc? So, I don't know if you guys saw it, but I mean, hell, do you want me to do it again? It might break it. Ah, fuck it. Ah, fuck it. Crank this thing to the highest the power supply goes. I'm gonna touch. Keep an eye on this guy. Right here. Did you see that? It's doing some shenanigans, man. Anyway. I don't know what it's doing. I don't know how it's fucking arcing through mineral oil. Good news is the flyback transformer is very likely working correctly. The breakdown distance in transformer oil. So mineral oil 15. 3.3 millimeters at 50 kilovolts. You know what I think the problem is? Which is something that I said at the beginning. I think the problem is that my ass soldered this to a proto board. And I think the fact that it's attached to a proto board is fucking it up. Just move them further apart. Oh, that's part of what we can do here. Lots of bubbles still. Yeah, there might be some air up in there, for sure. I'm kind of tempted to tap these lines, pull them out, and then plug it in and see what happens. You know, you know what else I'm realizing? This doesn't need to be here at all. I'm literally not doing anything with it. I'm literally test pinching this outside of this right now, so I don't even need this in there. Yeah, 2.24 millimeter pitch in the proto board. And that's the pitch between holes. That's not the pitch in between. It's like sub 1 millimeter between pads, which is what it's actually gonna jump between. The caution tape was keeping us safe. Oh, sorry, we gotta... Pretty sure the capacitors are discharged. Hopefully the diodes are not fried. That would suck and would be another 2-week lead time for me to buy new ones. This shouldn't be live. It's all disconnected right now. I mean, I'll unplug this as well, even though that's not plugged into anything. Just to make sure. This is all grounded as well. But I'll go ahead and make sure it's discharged. A lot of the times the capacitors stay charged. And they are very high voltage. I was afraid of that, man. As you pull it out of the oil, there's no longer anything keeping it from arcing. Oh. Alright, let me get something I can short these caps out on. I don't really trust any of them. Also, where they were arcing was up here. Now, here's the thing. It shouldn't even be charging the ones up here. I've taken them out of the circuit. I cut the circuit here so that I could only use half the multiplier because we were getting voltage levels that were too high once you went further up the chain. So it shouldn't even... What must be happening is that the thing is somehow still charged. Actually, it might be charging by shorting. You know? Now that I think about it. Ooh, that's a little spicy. Ooh, that's a little spicy. You guys, you can hear it, right? Oh, a little. Ooh, it's a little spicier. Don't do that. None of these should have enough in them to, like, hurt me, but, you know, I still don't want to be zapped, even if it's not gonna, like, put me in the hospital. Preferably. Maybe that's a controversial take. Checking on the electric soup. Electric soup broke yet again. I'm pretty sure that if I pull these out, this guy's gonna arc. Probably pretty nicely. Nice little AC arc there. Oh no, MagnaCore Wins is being evaporated. MagnaCore, no. I need to reapply that. I also need to laser like 20 different people into the desk. And write more people on the white lab code. I owe many subathon promises that I need to fulfill. Don't fry yourself. Hina's looking forward to the vacation. For calling it a vacation, she sure keeps going on about some fucking per diem shit. Guess it'll be a vacation for her because she's trying to get money out of it. The subathon isn't even over. Technically, it's over, but you're right. I am going to keep the sub count going for the final stretch goal. The subathon will never end. The other stretch goals don't involve anything that can lengthen the course here. Also, it isn't really a continuation if you take a massive break in between. That said, that's never stopped VTubers from doing it. I'm holding myself to a higher standard here, okay? Come on, bro. Let me free. There we go. This is smoking like mad because the mineral oil is burning. Oh, motherfucker. You weren't supposed to fall back in, you piece of shit. Come on, now I gotta dry you out again. Oh, fuck off. Oh, ow, you shit. Get over here. And you get out of this. You can tell if it stays over. And this has come undone from its original. Alright, excellent. Excellent, excellent. Now it can attempt to arc through the mineral oil. Those narrow notches do not want to keep this thing contained. Caps and secondary have no path to ground. If anything, it's putting potential on the ground lead that cannot get back to the source and complete the circuit. That's what I'm worried about. But I feel like something is... Okay, I feel like something I'm fucking up here so it's not grounded properly. Because it's unable to find... The potential is unable to find its path back. That's why it's reading nothing on the voltmeter. Despite the fact that it's very clearly getting voltage fed to it. I'm willing to bet... Oh, no, I don't want to risk that. I need these guys to be hanging out here. Being chill. Yeah, I think that's why the meter isn't reading. Oh, man, we're almost 6 hours in here. How late do I really want to go? How late do I want to take it on this? I certainly want to do most of the testing on stream. I feel like the Fusion Reactor is going to mandate another long-ass, like, overnight stream. Like what we did during the subathon, but not subathon. And it's going to be at a future date. Because I still need to get the neutron detection set up. And all that shit. So I gotta find someone who's selling one of those bubble dosimeters. How long will Slab play with his cock thing? It's a Cogcraft Walton. It's not his cock thing. Put some respect on the name. Come on, bro. Come on, man. You can't do me like this. Thought the meter was a microamp meter? Alright. You know, normally, I get pissy when people are wrong about things. Or, like, don't understand things. But here, it's an educational time. So, how do you measure something that is this high voltage? This is like a legitimate, like, engineering problem. Your normal methods for voltage testing don't work very well once you get past like 1,000 volts, and you start getting problems of like arcing. Like if you put this across, if you build a traditional style voltmeter and you put it across 50,000 volts, that shit gonna arc in the meter. It's gonna fuck up everything, right? So how do you tell how much voltage you got once you're dealing with tens of thousands of volts and everything's gonna arc if it's closer than a couple inches to each other? Well, the way you do it is you get a giant resistor, in this case this 1 giga-ohm resistor that I've got here. You connect that to a microammeter. So this is measuring microamps. And then you connect the other end of the ammeter to ground, and you let the current find its path through. Now, because this is a giga-ohm, it's barely any current gonna go through. It divides it down so many levels that 10,000 volts through the 1 giga-ohm resistor is only gonna draw 10 microamps. And because it's all proportionate via Ohm's law, V equals IR, so when R is a giga-ohm, and voltage is what you're trying to measure, you can measure the I to figure out what the V is. You get 1 kilovolt, roughly, per microamp. You know, there's some allowance because this isn't a perfect giga-ohm, but it'll get you close enough, right? So, if I plug this in, it reads 40 microamps through this 1 giga-ohm resistor, then I know that there's 40,000 volts on the end. It's a cool little way to measure the voltage when you're at voltages that are not suited for the conventional methods. Pretty neat, right? And now you learn something every day. You need more oil, your coils are exposed. They aren't? Does it look like they are? But they are only under like a millimeter or so. At the very top. That is actually crazy. Is only a millimeter? Are you kidding me, dude? I can't catch a break. Well, rewiring this Cockcraft-Walton multiplier is going to take a long time. I don't know if that's in the books for tonight, but you know what? Maybe we should try a little something here, because we do have the output of this big transformer, and we can see how this is definitely not rated for this voltage. But we can see how close these can get. This is so not rated for the voltage. Hang on, let me make sure it doesn't find a path to ground through my LED strip back there. Keep in mind, thick wire is only for, thick wire is only important when you're sinking a lot of current. When it's voltage, it's the insulation that you're rating for. So you could actually, which is why, if you look in the oil, the wire that connects this transformer is, like, super thin. I mean, that's what's winding the thing, right? But it's fine with carrying all this voltage because the current's really low. And it's literally soaked in insulator. There we go. Got it back on the track. Alright, get your ass back in the damn oil. I'm gonna need something that could siphon the oil out of this fucking thing. Otherwise, I feel like I'm gonna end up with some weird-ass problems where it's shorting all over the place. Impromptu fuses. I've had these things smoke on me before. It's not the end of the world. And then, you know what? Yeah, pull another one of these. Once again, not at all rated. Just make sure the insulators are not closer than the ends are here. And what we want to see is if we get a nice, beautiful arc between these 2 points. And hopefully we do without it blowing up my transistor. Or sorry, my transformer. It's better the wires burn. That's what I'm saying, man. If everything works properly, this should give us a nice little arc here. That shouldn't arc to anything else. Shouldn't arc to me, which is the important part. What if you have a chode wire? Alright, hang on. What's this guy here? This one's plugged into ground. Notice that this one isn't. This one's not plugged into anything. Now, we need the Cockcraft-Walton because we need DC power out. But, this is AC out of this. So we do need at least some rough rectification, even if we end up somehow stepping up the voltage through a flyback transformer high enough to hit the voltages necessary. That said, I don't really think we're hitting that. Maybe we are, though. I don't know, man. The thing keeps exploding. It's arcing through mineral oil. So, who knows what it's doing? Alright, let's turn this light off. You want to look right there? I'm keeping this hand behind me. Actually, I shouldn't even sit in the chair. And I should take my headphones off. You don't want to have a path to ground on your head, right? Even though, you know, this should all be kosher. Let's make sure it's as good as we can. Okay, 3, 2. Okay, not quite. It's off right now, just FYI. There's no capacitors either, so it's not gonna... You can't get zapped. I took the capacitors off. You can't get zapped once the power source is removed. Alright, that's not quite what I'm after. Let's raise this a little higher. Oh! There we go! Ah! It's setting the case on fire? Alright, hang on. Let's crank this, like, way higher. Okay. Let's move this over a little more. Hang on, we can do this. Maybe you guys can see. I don't know if it's gonna arc that far. Whoa! It did. Holy shit. You hear the high-pitched. Whoa! Holy shit. Well, it's definitely working. Sick. Okay. Well, the good news is our giant flyback is not our failure point. It's our Cockcraft-Walton multipliers where shit's going wrong. Because this thing is working just fine, dude. That's a long-ass arc to pull on an AC circuit as well. Look at that shit, like 2 inches. I say open air, but it is technically on plastic. That's even further than that. Good lord. Alright, that one, not quite. As I said, no capacitors here, so I can touch it after de-energizing. That's insane. What's the longest arc you can create with this? Looks like about this. Let's actually see. How far apart is that? Yeah, the higher the voltage, the longer the gap needs to be. This is even not running the ZVS driver. It's about 2.5 inches. It's 2.4 inches. 2.4 inches. Tesla coil stream win? Dude, you're not gonna believe it. I've done a Tesla coil on stream. But I would love to revisit it now that I have more time and a higher budget. That would be awesome. Okay, I don't like that this is coming out of the oil. Let's not get any spicy ideas there. Motherfucker. Oh, this is full of oil. Alright. 2.4 inches. I think you can calculate roughly what the voltage is by the distance. Yeah, you can roughly calculate voltage by arc distance. Here, let me try real fast. Arc distance to voltage. High voltage arc distance. I do think, calculate arc distance. Okay, no, I want it the other way around. Hang on a second. Could you make a Tesla helium balloon? Air gap clearance. Okay, interclearance, 2.4 inches. Calculate. Alright, it's about 4,000 volts on the output. Now, this is not the highest the thing can go, but that's excellent. So every stage of the Cockcraft-Walton should multiply it further. Right now, it's going through 5 stages, so 4 to 8 to 16, 32 to 64. Okay, I'm seeing the problems that we're having. I'm seeing the issues that we're running into here. The capacitors are only rated for 50,000 volts. they can run a little bit of extra though, you know. It's not too big of a deal. If it's then multiplying again though, if it's actually doing, and it isn't perfect, if it's multiplying again though, that's 124,000. No, 128,000. That's not gonna be that much. There's no way. That is way higher than, no, it's 4 kilovolts right now without the multiplier. The multiplier is what's pushing us too hard. Will the ammeter work? It goes up to 100 kilovolts. Should, theoretically. Let's see here. That can't be right. Hang on. Hang on. I think there's a calculator for this. Cockcraft-Walton multiplier calculator. Okay, yeah. It's not a perfect doubling. every time, right? Shoving 64 kilovolts into a 50 kilovolt rated cap. Input voltage is 4,000 volts. Number of stages 5. I don't think it's gonna be... Yeah, nah, this should be fine. This shouldn't be hitting near the limit. This should only be hitting 15,000 volts. That arc length calculator is way off. That's at least 30 kilovolt. Okay, wait. Wait. What is your... Wait, hang on, bro. What's your formula for that? Because I gotta... Let me check that myself here real fast. Hang on a second. It's AC to... 2.4 inch arc length would be roughly 120 kilovolts. There's no way, dude. There's no way. Hang on a second. Arc length of... No, not of a circle, motherfucker. Hang on a second. AC arc length. Now, this is like a comically giant flyback transformer. I'll be real. No, not that kind of arc length. AC voltage arc length. Determining voltage by arc length. There's a big difference in dielectric breakdown voltage for smooth parallel surfaces and point surfaces from sharp wires due to E-field gradient force effects on ionization. 30 kilovolt a centimeter is true for smooth area surfaces, but for wire tips, it's about 10 kilovolt a centimeter. Okay, that was the expertise we needed. Okay, so what is this actually? What is this actually? 2.4 inches? Where's my... I mean, I could just look at it on here to calculate it. That's about 6 centimeters. That's 60,000 volts? What the shit, man? I mean, that's like ballpark, but that is like... Well, hang on. Then what's the, where's that Cockcraft-Walton calculator again? All right, let's assume, and you know what? Maybe, yeah, that's before the multiplier. Whoopsie. Hang on. Let's assume it's 50,000 volts into the multiplier, and there's 5 stages. What's that gonna, that's 160,000 volts output? That's not possible. Let's assume that maybe the ends of those wires ain't that sharp. And it's actually 30,000 volts. Okay, and that it's 95,000 volts. Well, the good news is maybe all we need is a rectifier. We might not even need a multiplier, man. We might just need to rectify this down. The plastic might be affecting the arc link. Hang on a second. Yeah, hang on, what voltage did the guy who made this flyback transformer get? Because this thing's fucking huge.
What happens when I bring them near to each other?
Alright, very cool, brother. Hang on, what did he get out of this? Operating frequency at 16 kilohertz. Higher spark initiation distances are demonstrated off resonance. Transformer had to be placed under mineral oil and vacuum to remove the air before runs. Oh, okay, he did the same thing we did. I was getting 2.5 inch arc with a 9 volt battery, which is insane. Okay, so he's getting crazy. Wait. Holy shit. Wait, what is this? What is this guy? Maybe I think I accidentally like... Okay, so FYI, this is the video that I found where this guy made this giant flyback. Because I was looking for some other flyback transformers. This is the one that I'm using the design of. And it's an impressive flyback transformer, but I think I might have underestimated... just how crazy this is. Okay, wait, he's run this at 55. Good fucking lord. Hang on, wait. Alright, so he was running his arcs on a 9-volt battery, apparently. Hang on. He's not using a ZVS driver either. He's using a standard, like, switching... it's a non-ZVS switching power supply, so it's less current, but it should be pushing similar voltage. Let's see, Hang on. You gotta see what the guy's doing here, man. I think I might have invented a bit of a beast. What the fuck is he pulling off this thing? Look, he's got it sitting in mineral oil over there. Bro pulled up a masterpiece. I didn't realize what I was working with. This guy's made maybe the best flyback transformer of all time. It's melting the ends that he's drawing it between. Do I want to know, like, homemade flyback transformers run at 55 volt AC. Okay, so he's running straight AC current from the wall into this. It very quickly melted steel. The power draw is in excess of 1 kilowatt. Good God. Well, fuck the, if I don't give a shit about safety, I could just run this shit off the wall, I guess. Here's the problem with running it off the wall. It's a lot lower frequency, and it's gonna be pulling insane current. Like, very dangerous current levels. I don't really want to be doing that. It's also just a little bit more controllable to be running it off the ZVS driver. You'll pop the breaker? I don't want to be risking more of that, dude. Also, kudo to SciTube HD. This guy's doing insane work. Shout out SciTube HD, who I took this idea from, or this design from. I modified his files a little bit. I'm not using them one-to-one. But, I mean, it's all the same scale and everything, so... It's basically his design. That's crazy. That's crazy what he's up to. Well, you know what? It's a lot cheaper to just rectify this down to DC than it is to... attempt to push it higher, at the very least. What's all the thumbnails having Mr. Beast? I have a plugin that adds him to every thumbnail. Don't ask. Don't ask, man. You're not ready for it. Comment did a great job, blew up my house. We went overkill? We definitely did not need a flyback transformer this strong if we were gonna run this through a Cockref-Walton multiplier. That said, if I can manage to source some crazy high voltage diodes and capacitors, we could build this into one of the wildest high voltage supplies of all time. But at that point, I think we're like working maybe a little bit out of our wheelhouse. We're going a little too crazy at that point. Time to hit Marketplace. I fucking wish my Facebook Marketplace had guys selling giant capacitors. Giant high voltage capacitors. That'd be awesome. You know, okay, wait. You know, when I made my Tesla coil. Okay, so there's two paths. If you're gonna build a Tesla coil, you need some really high voltage capacitors. You could pay $50 each for some real good high voltage shit, or you do what I did, which is you fill a jar with salt water, cover the outside of the jar in aluminum foil, stick an electrode in the middle of the jar, top it off with some mineral oil for insulation. Congratulations, you just made a capacitor. A really high voltage capacitor. And it costs like no money, basically. I can make this shit out of beer bottles. If I make another Tesla coil, I'm definitely making it out of beer bottles. Yeah, we're making those 100 BC capacitors. When the value of capacitance is not that important and you don't care that much about spec, it's crazy how much money you can save. 30 volts in at this boy, with the ZVS, this is filtering us more than anything else. This thing is capable, if we put enough current into it, this thing is capable of running insane spec. I'm gonna leave it in the oil, it's gonna keep filtering the bubbles out. I'll tell you what, I'll see if I can get my other... I don't want to use my good vacuum pump for this, is the thing. I'll see if I can get my other vacuum pump running, because that would be nice. It'd be a nice use for it. Let's see. Let's see if I can close this without having to douse every wire in oil. It's gonna be a real feat, I can tell you that. Dude, I think that rectifying the thing to DC is literally the best play imaginable. I think that's actually gonna be mega goated. Is instead of running it through a Concref Walton, just rectify this giant ass transformer directly into DC power. Does Corona or Heineken work better? I'm going with, you gotta use Heineken bottles. You really want to avoid Corona discharge on your high voltage capacitors. I know it's fine, but the electronics in liquid makes me nervous. If it makes you feel any better, it being in liquid actually makes this more safe. Which I know is like counter to probably everything you've been told, but such is the truth, my friend. That was a good joke, but you know, it's only for the real nerds out there. You know what? I'll have to dig those out with a screwdriver later. Let's seal this guy up for the night so that I don't accidentally knock it over and spill it. Which would be like... Spilling this much oil any time, it would be maybe... It'd be maybe the worst thing ever. This would be a cleaning disaster, like, unprecedented in this basement. To spill, like, a gallon of mineral oil all over the place. This needs to be disassembled, and I need to pull out and make it, like, single stage. Or just a big rectifier. Who knows? I need it to be negative aspected, which is the biggest problem here. I keep saying, hang on, let me get closer to the mic. I keep saying aspected, which is kind of funny. It'll be the greatest crash out of all time. Well, I'm afraid it's gonna happen when I'm, like, tidying things up off stream. That'd suck. That would suck major cock, maybe even balls. Anyway, let's raid out. And you know what? As part of my per diem, I think we have to raid Hina. Also, I want to, hang on, let me see if she posted it. Speaking of per diem. She's got me on lock for that. Oh, she's teasing it. Hang on. Save image. If you guys want the full collection, because I've told you guys a few times, I've got a plushie coming out in about a month. About a month from now, which is pretty big deal. But as part of my pittance for dragging her ass to Ohio, she also has a plushie coming out in like 2 days. So be sure to check that out. I don't know, we're raiding into her. Actually, wait, I just realized the raid didn't start. Whoopsie! Yeah, it's the per diem raid. Hey, we made some progress today. We made one of the most dangerous things I've ever made on stream. It's crazy that, like, of all the things that I make that look dramatically dangerous, this is the one that's, like, actually pretty fucking dangerous. There's no fucking way, man. 40 to 50,000 volts out of a fucking... Out of a fucking flyback transformer with, like, nothing else. I'm gonna get some big-ass diodes. I think, like, not having to run it through a Cockriff Walton is gonna save us money. Because that is, like, the most expensive part. One really powerful capacitor and, like, 2 really powerful diodes is a lot cheaper than having to buy, like, 10 of each. The killer. I'm not running it off AC voltage like that dude did. He's going crazy. Anyway, we're one step closer to Fusion, brothers. Join me next time for the next Fusion.